What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to episode 66 of the Silver and Gold. I'm Josh.
And I'm Mike.
And I mean, today we've got definitely a lot of football games to talk about, but sort of the overarching thing that is shadowing a lot of this is Mike and I faced off in the fantasy football championship. And we're not going to spoil it yet, but we want you guys to guess who was the winner of our championship. Until we get there, though, we will talk about that. That's going to be a bonus topic today. Until we get there, the 49ers lost to the Lions, and that is a shocker to nobody. I think we all predicted that the Lions were going to win this game, although I have to give credit to the 49ers. They made this a game. Like, I think we predicted it was going to be a blowout, right, Mike?
Maybe you said it would be a little closer than expected. I think I probably said that it was going to be a blowout. I could be wrong. But
I think I did say, it was just like, the Niners play at like, Niner games just always have their own pace to it, typically. And I'm just surprised with how many points they were able to score. Like Jesus over here says horrible defense. Yeah, I mean, that's been pretty much the story of the 49ers this year. There were some games where their defense played better than their offense, but like, I don't know. The 49ers having a close game with the Lions and it not being a defensive battle is shocking to me.
Yeah, I mean, the defense has been a story this season, but also the Lions offense has been a story this season, and they didn't rest their starters in a game that they didn't need. So it makes sense to me that they were putting up the points on you guys,
Yeah. No, I mean, it's very interesting, and I kind of get it from Dan Campbell's perspective, but at the same time, it's like you should play a little bit smarter. Like that's my thing with Dan Campbell. He has everything, everything that he stands for, I absolutely love, but he's very much like his philosophy is you live by the sword, you die by the sword, except the sword in this case is, you live rolling the dice, you die rolling the dice. And so most of the time it has worked for him, since last year. But, that could be something in the future to where, players and fans can get tired of it. But I mean, I'd say right now, everybody who is a Detroit Lions fan has got to love Dan Campbell. Like,
oh man,
there's nothing not to love. If he was the coach of the 49ers, oh my God, I'd be in heaven right now. He's an easy guy to root for. But, in terms of the story of this game, Brock Purdy did leave the game with an injury towards the end. And I guess it's sort of like a nerve issue on his throwing elbow. It's the elbow that he got surgically repaired. But what I honestly think that it is, I don't think it has anything to do with the UCL. I mean, it could. I'm not a doctor, but having played football before, so I was an offensive lineman, and this was sophomore year. I was on JV, and I played right tackle. So I had a pulling guard actually come. They pulled into the gap that I was trying to block, right? And literally, I got a face mask to the funny bone, and my entire arm just like shut down. Like I was in so much pain, and like. I think I had to sit out for like a play or so, during practice because, we were scrimmaging, against the scout team defense. And so it's one of those feelings that it's such a, how it is to hit your funny bone. Now imagine you amplify that by 10. And I promise you after that, every single practice I wore elbow pads, and every single game I wore elbow pads. From then on now, from there on out, I was not dealing with that ever again. Now, unfortunately for Brock Purdy, he cannot wear an elbow pad on his throwing arm, but hopefully the injury isn't so significant that it's going to hold him out. I mean, really, the 49ers shouldn't even push him to play in this final game that we're going to preview next. But Brock Purdy did throw a pair of interceptions, which is always no good. He's thrown a lot of interceptions compared to the amount of touchdowns that he has this year. But Purdy today was 27 of 35 for 377 yards, which I think is his career high. He had 3 touchdowns and I think 1 touchdown on the ground as well, which was a sweet play. Then when Purdy got knocked out of the game, Joshua Dobbs did come in, and Dobbs looked really good. Did you catch any of Josh Dobbs playing, Mike?
No, I started driving home about an hour drive in like the late third, if not right as the fourth quarter started. So I didn't get to catch any of that.
Josh Dobbs was really good. He even had a rushing touchdown as well. So he was 3 of 4 for 35 yards, no passing touchdowns, no interceptions. Looked really good, comfortable in the offense. And he had 1 scramble, 7 yards, and a touchdown. In terms of the rest of the rushing attack, though, Isaac Arendo did have 9 carries for 34 yards, no touchdown. He wasn't really involved a lot in the game. It was more of a passing game for the Niners, which, I mean, welcome to 2024. But it was a shootout environment, though. It was a game that was just like constant offense, and really the 49ers put up 34 points, so it was working for the most part. It was just the interceptions that kind of killed them. And
Pearsall.
Oh, dude, okay, I was going to get to Pearsall. Pearsall had a great game today.
Yeah.
We'll get to him in a minute. But all right, so finishing off the rushing, Deebo Samuel also had 3 carries for 16 yards, so pretty efficient. Deebo over the past 2 weeks has been much better than Deebo, earlier this season. But I mean, he did not have a lot of volume, when it came to the actual passing game. He did fine as a returner, and then did fine in the backfield. So let's see. Brock Purdy had 3 carries for 12 yards, and obviously the touchdown. The touchdown was awesome because the pocket kind of collapsed. He ran right through the middle and just went all the way in. Pause. In terms of other carries, Ricky Pearsall had 2 carries for 6 yards. I don't even remember those plays, to be honest with you. But through the air, Pearsall, 8 catches, 141 yards, and a touchdown. So Pearsall and George Kittle were great because George Kittle also received 8 receptions for 112 yards, no touchdown. But Kittle's been phenomenal this season. This has honestly been one of Kittle's best years. I feel like the past couple years have been like he's been underutilized, and I still kind of do feel like he's underutilized. But this year just feels like they've kind of given him a little bit more volume, which is good. It's great because when you have a great player like that, it's nice to use. I think that's probably the reason why, like, Mike, the debates, right, between the tight ends has always been Kittle versus Kelsey. Yep. If you put Kittle on the Chiefs right now, would he not, or if you put Kittle throughout the time that Kelsey has been with Mahomes, would Kittle not have been producing the same numbers?
I think he would. I mean, it's possible that Kittle isn't quite as, for lack of a better term, like the Madden awareness rating. Like his awareness rating might not be as high as Kelsey's, but every other rating is better in my book. He's a more physical presence to the offense, and he's more. I'd say he's just more dominating. The one dominating trade. Wait, what the fuck?
Trait.
Thank you. For Kelsey is his awareness against zone coverage. He knows how to find the soft spot in the open area, and he will kill teams that way. But you find Kittle wide open, he's going to kill teams, after the catch. Whereas Kelsey, it's more just, finding the open space until he has to get tackled.
I feel like that has to do with the freedom of the Chiefs offense, though. Like, I feel like if Kittle was on the Chiefs, he might also be able to find the openings in the defense. Like, I just think that there's like a playful aspect to Andy Reid's offense. But going back to the receiving, Juwan Jennings was also very good in this game. 7 catches for 67 yards, did not score. Isaac Guerrero, 4 catches for 65 yards, did not score. Chris Conley, he had a catch for 13 yards. And then Kyle Juszczyk had a pretty nice touchdown where he had to give an extra effort in order to get in, and he did. So 1 catch, 9 yards. Debo had a touchdown catch. So, 1 catch, 5 yards with the touchdown. And then let's see. Nick Bosa also had a good game on defense. He had 2 sacks. And besides that, really not a lot of people on defense, did very good. But I feel like that's the unit on the field where if if not a lot of people are doing good, it's hard for many people to stand out. But Bosa was able to stand out, at least sacks-wise.
He was doing great against a top-end offensive line today.
Yeah.
He's been, I think, considering the season that the Niners have had, I think Bosa has been quietly dominant this year.
Mm-hmm. Definitely emphasis on the quiet, but
right.
But yeah, I think Bosa definitely has been solid. Not necessarily his defensive player of the year season, but yeah, Jared Goff today. I mean, Goff was great. He played better today than he did in the NFC Championship. But I also think that had to do with, it felt like the Lions went for it on a lot of key 4th downs in that NFC Championship, and in this game there was like maybe 1 or 2 times that they decided to go for it on 4th down. There was one they didn't get it. It was, I think, to get in the end zone. They targeted Sam Laporta, I think, and the 49ers were able to make a good play on defense. But yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs was just able to be very efficient on the ground. He got a lot of volume, and obviously had that 30-yard touchdown towards the end of the game, which really iced it. And besides that, I won't go over every single Lions player. Jameson Williams had a really nice game today.
I wanted to talk about him.
Yeah.
Or not specifically him, but the play.
The hook and ladder?
The hook and ladder, man. I am kind of obsessed with that play. Like, I kept rewatching it. After like the first replay, I noticed that. Okay, my point here is that we literally talked about this, if not a week ago, 2 weeks ago, about Ben Johnson, and like he's the only guy in the league who is regularly doing 1 hook and ladder play per game, and he fucking did it today, and it was a touchdown. Not only was it a touchdown, but like, again, I watched it on the replay. I'm like, that play was perfect. Like, it couldn't have been a better drawn up play as far as creativity and just football smarts. Like, I was just like, it's one thing that it's a hook and ladder. It's another thing that he specifically set up Sam Laporta to be a lead blocker after the pitch. That's where I was like, fucking bravo. Like, nobody else in the league is thinking of this shit. And there's no way to defend it. The defenders were crashing in on Amon-Ra, who caught the ball. He's literally falling down, so they're like trying to go touch him. He just pitches it. Jameson Williams, one of the fastest guys in the league, streaking down. Once he gets the ball, Laporta just turns and goes up to lead block. Nobody was able to catch him. The only guy that could have caught him was getting blocked by Laporta. I'm obsessed. I think more teams should do hook and ladders, but they won't unless it starts becoming a regular thing because of Ben Johnson.
Dude,
Wherever Ben Johnson goes, whoever is the lucky team that gets him as their head coach, they will win.
Yeah,
They
dude,
absolutely
his
will.
offense is so fun.
Yep.
It's like right now, most of the league is like the Kyle Shanahan, or I guess Mike Shanahan coaching tree.
Mm.
Like, you've got your Kevin O'Connell, you got your Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur, Kyle Shanahan, D'Amico Ryans. It was Robert Saleh. I mean, I'd say more so for the offensive guys, but their teams are very similar,
Mm.
where they definitely they love to run the ball typically, but like I mean, it's okay, but it's not the funnest to watch. Scoring touchdowns is the funnest, and I guess last season I was so blessed to watch Christian McCaffrey have the year that he did. But
Mm.
I mean, when you see the Bills play, the Chiefs play, the Ravens, and you just see how there's an element of like improvisation, and there's no improv. There's no improv with a lot of these, I guess Shanahan-esque offenses, the
Mm.
Shanahan system. I think the closest we got was like the trick. The closest we got was in the Super Bowl, the trick play that they ran for a touchdown. And then I guess they ran that same exact trick play at a certain point this year too.
Yeah.
I forget what game it was, but it was a couple weeks ago. So yeah, man, the improv. But the only other player that I really care to mention in this game is Jake Moody. He's got to go.
Mm.
He's got to go. He's not good. But you know what? I saw this interesting tweet. I think it was Rich Madrid on Twitter that said Kyle Shanahan should be forced to keep Jake Moody for the entirety of his contract because just as a punishment for drafting him in the 3rd round.
Yeah. Yeah.
You should
That's rough one.
never draft a kicker in the 3rd round. Never. You
Yeah.
could even make the case that you should just not draft a kicker at all. Kickers get signed off the street so often and are good.
Mm-hmm. Or at least passable. More passable than Moody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
man.
That's not good. Did we get to talk about Pearsall?
Yeah, we talked about Pearsall a little bit.
Yeah. What were his stats? I just want to hear his stats. He had a good-ass game.
Yeah.
That's a good sign.
I did mention his stats, but Pearsall, 8 catches for 141 yards and a touchdown.
Sorry.
That's very promising. I think for, a player that we've had a lot of doubts about, or at least not you, me. I've been very doubtful because he hasn't produced and he's a 1st-round draft choice.
Right.
And I mean, like I said, after they drafted him, if they could keep him and Ayuk, and then this could be more of a drop back passing, that would be great, I think. Or I guess not necessarily that it needs to be a drop back passing, but just you don't have to be so gadget dependent on Debo anymore. You don't have to. You can use that money for Debo's contract, kind of compensate that, or I guess put it towards Ayuk's contract. And I don't know. I like route runners, And don't get me wrong, I loved Debo, the player, when he was. I mean, when he was great in 2021, that was probably the best wide receiver season that I have seen out of a 49er, maybe in my life. I didn't get to really live through the Jerry Rice days. But Debo, it was like every single play in 2021, it was like a screen and he was taking it to the house, or he was taking defenders for a ride.
He was he was special.
Yeah, it doesn't feel the same, but really when players are that physical, their careers tend to, I mean, their primes just tend to be very short because I mean, your body can only hold up for so long. But Ricky Pearsall finally having a great game, I think, is very promising because it seems like they took out the targets that were going to go to Debo and gave them to Ricky Pearsall, and he was able to produce.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I mean, good for Ricky, bad for Moody. Like Frank says, Moody -7, take off 7. The Niners lost by 6 in this game. The Niners would have had 7 points had Moody just made his kicks.
Yeah. I mean, one was a 58-yarder, but still.
Really, I should be thanking Jake Moody because he improved our draft stock.
Yep. In a game that doesn't matter. Like, it's nice that your offense was able to keep up with the Lions, but, you guys did the opposite of what the Raiders have been doing the past 2 weeks. So
the 49ers should reward Jake Moody by drafting his replacement. Drafting his replacement in the first round.
Yeah. Damn it. Oh, I know. I saw Grant tweeted something about like players who don't need to play today and players that do need to play today, and basically his point was just this is a point that I've had conversations with like my dad and my stepdad about. Like when the team, whether it's the Niners or the Raiders, are out of the playoffs, they are not making the playoffs. They're eliminated. Fucking forget it. It's like season's about to end. You got like 2-3 weeks left. Who cares about whether you win or lose, obviously, but what you should care about is who's worth keeping and who's not. So as far as Moody, he's not worth keeping, right?
Nope.
But as far as a guy like a Ricky Pearsall, like obviously he's a first-round pick, you're going to keep him, but we need to get development. We need to see him on the field. Now is the time to see these younger guys on the field and see what they've got. That's the point. Is just when you're out of the playoffs, this is when we should see more Ricky Pearsall, and I'm glad that we did.
Yeah, no, I agree. And like right now, next season, I'm looking forward to seeing more Ricky Pearsall because he was genuinely, he was that good today. And I mean, maybe he can, I don't know, be a player that takes a step forward next year, maybe a Pro Bowler. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see how it goes next year. But, I mean, for today, great game, Ricky. And Frank touches on something that I completely forgot. Don't forget lousy kickoffs and that lame onside attempt. Mike,
I didn't get to see the onside, but I saw somebody like tweeting a reaction, which was, I think that was the worst onside kick attempt I've ever seen. And I was just like, damn.
Okay. Yeah, no, I literally thought that in the moment. But like, all right, so Jake Moody didn't even look like he kicked it that hard. Like it was just so nonchalant. And like, dude, it was a laser beam straight to the sideline.
Oh God.
It went so it was so quick to go out of bounds. Yeah. Nobody had any chance at it. Not a single Lion, not a single Niner.
Yeah, that just feels like the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, Moody is shattered. No, Moody's booty. But PS says, I think Kittle gave Moody a little hope after their combo. Yeah, no, Kittle was talking to Moody on the sideline, and somebody. I mean, don't quote me on this. Somebody else. I'm not even going to say that they read lips because this is obviously fake. But Kittle said that. Somebody on Twitter said Kittle was telling Moody, "Yeah, you better wear your helmet to the locker room because Debo's going to beat your ass."
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, all I'm saying is look at that Bucks game, okay? You think locking in was, you think telling them to lock in was bad? I mean, we'll see what happens. Yeah, Jake Moody is going to mysteriously be out next week.
Man.
But let's preview the Cardinals game. Mike, how are you feeling about this one? I don't know how to feel about this one yet.
Well, the Rams just beat them, and I think regardless, they were the Cardinals were already eliminated from the playoffs. So it's not like either team is really playing for anything other than pride and whatever else they play for. Maybe some players are playing for incentives. I know week 17, 18 is big on that. Um, uh, but you know what? The Cardinals played really well against the Rams this past Saturday. I think it was Saturday. And I don't know. I guess it really just comes down to Kyler. Like I feel like the past couple weeks Kyler hasn't been playing all that well. If he has a good game, like I can absolutely see the Cardinals beating the Niners, in a game again that the Niners don't need. Um but then again, the way that their offense played today, suggests that they can obviously beat the Cardinals, and we all know they can beat the Cardinals. They arguably should. Um, I would say my biggest question right now would be if Purdy plays. If Purdy's not going to play, I'm easily taking the Cardinals.
Not so fast, man. I actually think Dobbs looked really good today. Dobbs looked like he should have been the quarterback who played against the Packers.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, in that case, it might be just a good thing to just shut down Purdy and get to just see what Dobbs does in a real game under Shanahan.
Yeah,
How did they
see
sign
what
him to a
another
1 or 2
quarterback could
year?
do.
Yeah, did he sign a 1 or 2 year deal this
I
offseason?
think it was a 1-year deal.
So that'd be a good way to find out should we keep him on this roster moving forward. That'd be
Yeah,
smart.
Niners should shut down Purdy. And yeah, I agree. I would love. I mean, we know what Purdy can give, but like, how does Shanahan feel about giving Purdy 60 million? Wouldn't you want to see, can somebody else also be productive? Like, is it just Purdy, or is it just that Purdy is better than Garoppolo and better than Trey Lance,
Right.
and better than CJ Beathard, Nick Mullins, and Brian Hoyer? Like, all right, come the fuck on. Why do all these quarterbacks suck except for Purdy?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, easily in comparison, Purdy, I think, is the best.
Oh yeah.
Josh, I don't know, man. I think it's definitely worth seeing. And I mean, if Josh Dobbs just shits the bed, you just move on to the next guy. What about Tanner Mordecai? What about, I don't know, maybe I guess they would suit up 2 quarterbacks. I would love to see the 49ers not suit up Brandon Allen for this game. I want to see them call up Tanner Mordecai from the practice squad. If Josh Dobbs starts doing bad, put in Tanner Mordecai, see what he has.
Mm.
This game really doesn't matter, but in terms of predicting a winner, I mean, who is going to um
Bring
I
up the
guess
board. Bring up the board. The Google Doc.
all right.
But who's going to
It's
win?
just a matter. No. Who's going to play and who's not going to play? Like, is James
Oh,
Conner
gotcha.
going to play? Is Brock Purdy going to play? Like, there's so many question marks. Like, our prediction almost should kind of get reevaluated later in the week.
Right. I mean, we always have the opportunity. We've done it in the past where we text each other like, yeah, you know what? I'm switching my pick.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say right now, just the way things are pointing, I'm going to pick the Cardinals in this game, simply because of Purdy. And, I watched that Rams game with a, fantasy football eye, specifically towards Kyron. And I felt that the Cardinals played really tough football in that game. Just after getting like eliminated from the playoffs, like they were still locked the fuck in. So I think that, I think a lot of people, especially early on, were kind of giving Jonathan Gannon a lot of slack, but I think he's a pretty damn good coach. It's just right now he hasn't had much to like show for that, but he seems like he's got the locker room in the right mindset.
I'm going to go the other way because I don't know why. It just seems like the Cardinals and the Niners split a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And I still think the 49ers could win. And could Josh Dobbs possibly be thinking revenge game if he plays?
Right.
This is one where if I do change my answer, obviously I'll let you know before kickoff. But yeah, man, I'll take the Niners in this one. I think that the Niners still played very well against a Lions team that, you know, the same could be said about the Cardinals. They played very well against the Rams, like you said, but yeah, I don't know. I could very well. I mean, Kyler matches up very well against the 49ers, so there's always that. Like he is every single time they play, he's always the X factor because he's able to scramble and he's so hard to tackle. But as of right now, my gut is telling me 49ers, but the more I think about it, the more I want to switch. So we'll
Hmm.
see. We'll see if this lasts to the end of the week. But let me get to some comments and then we can move on. Frank says, without Purdy, Niners are limited to about 40% of Pyle's playbook. Joel tuning back in. Joel, it's been a little while. What's up? Thank you for tuning back in. He said, Moody balled out today. Yeah. Yeah. Moody. I mean, all right. Do you guys remember those posts on social media that the NFL used to do where it's like those graphics of like their stats and then like, it would also have like Mike, do you know what I'm talking about? It would have like a player's jersey, like their jersey
Mm.
printed on the thing, and then it would have their stats. They should do one of
Yes,
Jake Moody, and it's like 2 missed field goals, a missed extra point, loss,
I did one.
or a
I did a
missed
little
onside
similar.
kick.
Yeah, I did a little similar one for Kaimi Fairbairn on that video that I sent in our group chat.
Yeah, dude, that video, that was a masterpiece. Okay, you have to teach me how to make videos like that because that
Thank you. Oh.
I would absolutely spend time doing stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I've always loved like movie trailers and just edited videos. Like that's what I eat up TikTok, dude. Like the cool, like funny videos, I will repost happily. But there are some cool videos where I'm like, dude, how did they do that? Like, anyways, yeah.
Yeah, no, that was the video that you made. That was one of those.
Thank you.
Frank said, "Kryptonite Kyler." Wow, what a choice of words.
Wow, interesting. Yeah,
Yeah, we will get to that.
yeah.
But in terms of
Kryptonite.
in terms of Kyler Murray, yeah, he has been the 49ers kryptonite. You know, so uh, Joel says, "I catch replays." I mean, I'm just joking. You don't have to catch us live, or really, we just appreciate that you tune in, watch the show. You're always going to be welcome here. So, we definitely have always appreciated your support and are just happy that, I mean, you're still here watching.
Yeah. Thanks for
Now,
watching replays, man.
yeah, no, thank you. And I mean, you've been watching this season. I still owe Mike a nice little
Knuckle
punch.
sandwich.
Now we'll get to how hard later. Pause.
Yeah, yeah. Oh hey.
All right. Raiders versus Saints recap. Mike, the Raiders did another unspeakable thing, and just the NyQuil was right there up to their mouth, and then they spit it out. They don't. This Raiders team. How many times are we gonna say? They just need to take their damn medicine. They are playing out of another quarterback.
Yeah, there's a whole other conversation to be had about Shadur Sanders right now. I feel like he had a terrible weekend this past weekend between the game against BYU and like a day or two before during practice mentioning like, yeah, I'll have cleats in my locker that show which team is going to draft me. Like I already know what team's drafting me. So then he had red and blue cleats, clearly like I'm going first overall to the Giants. And the Giants beat the fucking Colts. They don't have the first pick anymore. They don't even have the second or the third pick right now. Good job, Shadur.
Dude,
way to really get on top of that one.
They didn't even just beat the Colts. They fucking All right, they said, "Oh, Shador wants to come here." Malik Neighbors said, "Absolutely fucking not."
Hey, yeah, maybe. Man, yeah, yeah.
That
Neighbors at
was
a game.
hilarious.
Yeah, so that I just thought that was all funny. Like the writing had been on the wall that he seemingly wanted to be a Raider, and then he makes that move where it's like, yeah, I'm a Giant, and now it's like, yeah, you're not gonna be either, dude. Have fun being a Tennessee Titan. Um, but oh, that's gonna be weird. I don't know. I do still like Cam Ward, and I had felt the momentum for Shadur as the season progressed that he was the better pro quarterback as far as like projecting, if you will. But I'm still undecided as far as like who I'd rather have. That being said, this is just me being optimistic. It might be a blessing in disguise to miss out on these quarterbacks because I saw one tweet today that was like, I've talked to scouts and GMs that have said, like this draft might only have two quarterbacks that are worthy first rounders, and that's putting it pretty strong. Like these guys shouldn't be going as high as they're expected to go, essentially. And that's been the talk ever since the beginning of the season. Was like this quarterback draft class is not good. So, I'd rather get another Brock Bowers, who we will talk about in a second here, over a middling quarterback who's just going to put us back a few more years. If next year's draft class is going to be better, or we can pick like a Jalen Milroe in the second round. I'd much rather do that than, you know, lose at least one of these games, have the third overall pick and pick one of those quarterbacks and then just, try to develop them for 3 years. Nothing works. They suck. Period. They suck. I was going to say something there, but, and, you know, another 3 to 4, 5, 6 years setback. I want the right quarterback. And if that guy's not in this draft class, I don't want any quarterback.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Um, I don't feel strongly about this quarterback draft class only because I only know really two players from it, and that's Shador Sanders, who knows how his play is going to translate to the NFL, and Cam Ward. Um, yeah, I'm not. I haven't watched enough of Cam Ward to really have an opinion one way or another, but I mean, it just doesn't seem like. I mean, last year's draft class, it had Caleb Williams, it had Jaden Daniels. Uh, I forget who else.
McCarthy, Bo Nix, and Penix. Like
Yeah,
that was
like
a record breaking quarterback class. Record breaking.
last year was loaded, and the
Yeah.
Raiders played their way out of that. But yeah, so definitely this doesn't seem. This kind of reminds me of the draft with Kenny Pickett and Malik Willis.
That or oh man, what's the guy that the Bills took years ago? EJ Manuel.
Mm.
But lately, I feel like it's just become the norm that like, oh, the top quarterback is going top 2, top 3, and there's going to be multiple like that EJ Manuel class, like, and also the Kenny Pickett class, like no quarterback went until the middle of the first round. So I don't know. I still expect quarterbacks to go top 5 to 10, if not for sure top 5. Like again, the Titans, maybe the Browns did a weird contract thing with Deshaun Watson that suggests they're going to keep him for 2 more years. So maybe they're not going with a quarterback. I thought they would, but anyways,
Or maybe they're able to move his contract. Maybe they
right,
moved up the money.
right,
You
maybe,
know what I
but
mean?
yeah,
And then added
regardless,
void years.
yeah.
Who knows?
Either way, they're eating that money, man, one way or another.
Yeah.
Oh.
But you know what the Raiders are going to do and what they probably should do?
Hmm.
So, all right. I think they've played their way out of getting a top quarterback in this draft. I just don't see it happening unless they like get a quarterback who's probably not worthy of a first round pick.
They need a
But
lot of miracle wins next week. Like the Giants this week, they need like 2 or 3 more of them next week. Like the Jags or Titans, forget the Patriots. They pretty much they're locked in at first overall. They're probably getting Travis Hunter, unless they like somebody else. But
unless they want to trade back,
oh yeah, and get a haul. Absolutely, yeah.
which
The
they
only
should
difference,
do.
yeah, they should, especially if somebody's coming up for a quarterback, they'll pay up for it. If there's no quarterback worth the first overall pick, I wonder if the trade value is less, to get that first pick. I wonder. But if Travis Hunter is that guy, then it's probably still a very high price. Regardless, it should be a high price. It's the first pick. But point being, the Browns, Titans, Jags, now the Giants, like if a couple of those teams can win next week, the Raiders can get back up to like maybe fifth overall, and we're playing the Chargers, so let's be honest, like I don't expect them to win, but we'll see.
Yeah, but what the Raiders are probably going to do is they're not going to draft a quarterback this year. Derek Carr's probably going to get cut from the Saints, and I could see a scenario where there's a reunion.
Yeah, maybe the Saints are picking behind us. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to look at Carr's contract. I wouldn't say that it's like a likely thing that Carr's going to get cut, but I know, they had struggles, and maybe the next coach that comes in, I don't know if the Saints are going to be looking for a new GM or not, but if they are, like if they get a new GM, yeah, I could very well see it being just like, you know what, let's just go in a new direction. I mean, if any team would be smart to tank for Arch Manning, it's the Saints, because they had the old Arch Manning as their quarterback long ago. So,
Yep.
That would be a cool story, although I'd much rather the Raiders be able to get Arch Manning, but, that would take us having to win no more than 2 wins probably next season, so I don't know if I can do it again. There's a conversation to be had about Sam Darnold. Like, I watched that entire Vikings-Packers game, and I don't know. I think that dude is a Pro Bowler. I kind of keep talking about him week in and week out at this point. If the Vikings are dumb enough not to keep him, the Raiders are probably one of the few teams that need a quarterback that have the money to spend on him.
Well, what about this? What if the Vikings do sign Darnold to a long-term contract, and then
Yep.
they decide to trade away JJ McCarthy?
Mm. He would be I believe, a far better option than either of the quarterbacks in this draft class. I saw Ted Nguyen tweet, in like theoretically, would you trade the first round pick for JJ McCarthy straight up? And I think I would. I think that's better than taking a wide receiver,
It's better
I
than
think,
not knowing if you're going to get Arch Manning next year.
yeah. And the Raiders saw McCarthy firsthand in the preseason this year. That was the game where he ended up, after the game, being out for the year. But he was dicing up their third stringers, whatever, but still he looked good. Like the arm, talent, accuracy, it was all there, So I wouldn't be opposed to it at all. The only negative is that that's one less year of your, rookie
Rookie
contract,
contract.
but he still
Well,
gets the 5th-year option. So it's like,
yeah.
it can be done, and yeah, I would not be opposed to it, but yeah, that'd be interesting. I don't know. I don't see the Vikings doing that though. I think the Vikings at worst take the Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers route of just, we're gonna go that Packers route of just developing the guy. Sam Darnold, there's no guarantee that Sam Darnold works next year. He should, with the same coaching and everything, but if he were to just suddenly start not playing well, we have the guy that's, hopefully ready at that point to come in and be the guy. That's what we drafted him to be. So yeah, I don't think that they would or should do that. But if they were willing to part with McCarthy, absolutely, I would trade for him.
Yeah,
We haven't talked a lick about the Saints game.
Yeah, I mean, really, what is there to talk about, right?
I think really let's look at the box score really quick. Aiden O'Connell had a pretty good game. He was making some good plays. 2 touchdowns, 242 yards. Amir Abdullah, 20 carries, 115 yards. I
I saw
mean, when
this
they
thing.
signed, Mhm.
I saw this thing where it's like Amir Abdullah when the Raiders should be tanking, and it's like prime LT,
Yeah,
LaDainian
dude.
Tomlinson.
Yeah. I remember when they signed Amir Abdullah, like he was just a nobody on like the Lions at that point. He was a great college player for Nebraska, but his career just kind of gone to like, yeah, typical third string running back who's just gonna kind of fizzle out in like 2 years type of guy. And then we signed him, and I was like, yeah, end of the road, pal. Like you're not making it past, the training camp. And here he is. Like I want to say he first came to this team in Josh McDaniel's first season, and he's been here since. And then finally he's getting his opportunity. It's like, yeah, this guy can play. Like he's a clear cut like third down back in this league, and he's not young. I want to say he's like, let's see, he's 31 years old, but he looks young, But anyways, 20
He's not
carries,
going to last
115 yards.
very long at
No, I
31.
mean,
Not as a running back.
no, he might get re-signed for another year, and he might not even make the team next year after, you know, training camp. But regardless, he's been doing pretty damn good for this team of late.
He's
So worth
he's got a
mentioning.
really cool name, like me with
Mhm.
my obsession with names on the
Yeah,
Raiders. But
yeah,
every single time I think of Amir Abdullah, I think of like the Water Boy when the professor's like the medulla oblongata. So I just think Amir Abdullah oblongata.
yes. That's all right. So receiving, Jacoby Myers, good game, 5 catches, 61 yards, a touchdown. Trey Tucker had a nice touchdown from O'Connell. But the big, storyline in this game, as it has been all year, is Brock Bowers, 7 catches, 77 yards. He broke like all the records in one game. And I don't have them all in front of me, but he broke the NFL rookie record. So he passed Puka Nakua's record from last year with 106 catches. Now he's sitting at 108, which I believe is also the most receptions ever in a Raiders season for any player. Like Tim Brown, I think Darren Waller a few years ago might have tied Tim Brown or got really close to Tim Brown. I'm pretty sure he broke that record. I'll have to look at like what that actual record was, but and there was a third one. It must have been yards, most yards by a rookie tight end, something like that. I need to pull them up, but can you possibly pull up the 3 records that he broke?
Here,
I'm
let
gonna
me
try to
see.
find Tim Brown's.
Okay. I have it right here. Let me pull it up. So Brock Bowers rookie records this
There we
season,
go.
and this is from @VegasSportsTD on Twitter. So most receiving yards by a rookie tight end in NFL history, most catches by a rookie tight end in NFL history, set the record for most receptions. Set the Raiders record for most receptions in
Yeah,
a single season. So
and the
that's just
most
for a tight
catches.
end, right?
I want to say he beat out Puka like ever for a rookie, wide receiver or tight end. Like it's receivers, and then the one for the yards that he beat, that was Mike Ditka that he beat out from
Mm-hmm.
however long ago. I just want to see what
Since
the hell.
1991.
Yeah. So yeah, 63-year-old record. Can I find
Dude, John
Tim
F.
Brown's record?
Kennedy was still alive when that record was set.
No. Okay, so on this website that I'm seeing, okay, yeah. So Brock Bowers is now the leading all-time receiver in a season, for receptions for the Las Vegas Raiders period. Darren Waller just recently broke that record in 2020 with 107 catches. So Bowers being 108 broke that. He could shatter it next week. And then Tim Brown was the long withstanding record holder with 104 dating back to 1997. And then right behind him was Devontae Adams in 2023 with 103, as well as Hunter Renfrow in 2021 with 103. So, yeah. But Bowers, man, I mean, I started talking about it probably mid-season, of just like, if this season's a complete wash, at least can Brock Bowers break some records? And he broke more records than I would have expected, which is very impressive. Todd Christensen, let's see. Of course, I just X out of the thing, but I can just go to my history.
While you look for that, I'm gonna take the other comments.
Yep.
Joel says, "I don't see us drafting a quarterback, unfortunately." Yeah, it's looking a lot less likely now.
In the first round, for sure. I mean, I think it really depends on what they do in free agency. If they can find a quarterback worth signing, whether it's somebody as good as Darnold or Carr, if he's out there, or if it's a guy who's just like I wouldn't even call it a bridge quarterback, but just like I guess a bridge quarterback with like some upside, but also like kind of like one team's trash is another team's hopefully treasure, but probably trash. Like a Justin Fields, worst comes to worst, Zach Wilson,
Raiders should get Jameis, dude. If they want Brock Bowers
Jameis
to be a Hall of Famer,
Yeah.
Because, I mean, Jameis's interceptions are not going to count against Brock Bowers. Bowers is only going to get fed.
Oh, man. Yeah, and then whoever the receiver is, or top receiver is, plus Myers, I would hope is still here. Kind of off topic, but I meant to say it when we were talking to Shedeur Sanders, but somebody tweeted that if they were to comp Shedeur Sanders to a player, it would be Geno Smith. And I was like, you know what? That's a great call. Like, especially coming out of college. Like, he has the hype, but then when he plays, it's like in the NFL, I just don't expect him to be that great. But then Geno went on to have a good career. He still is with the Seahawks and become a, viable starter in this league. So I can see it. It's just, I don't think my gist for Shedeur has always been, I just don't expect him to just come in and be successful like a guy like CJ Stroud, which isn't really saying much this season, but his rookie year was awesome. Or obviously a Jaden Daniels. Like Shadeur's not going to play like Jaden Daniels. I would expect more along the lines of a Geno Smith. Damn it, I was going to say something else right there, but I think I lost it. Anyways, as far as Todd Christensen, yes, he is up in there. After a couple more Hunter Renfrow, or no, one more Devontae Adams season 2022, Christensen is up there with 95 receptions in 1986 for LA and 1983 also, of course, in LA. And then right behind him is Jerry Rice, 2002, 92.
Demokes says AOC MVP incoming. I know you're joking a little bit, but even as a serious thought, like there's no scenario in which I could envision it. Like even if Aiden O'Connell did go out there and throw like 50 touchdowns next year, which isn't going to happen, I feel like the NFL would still find a way to give it to like Lamar or like
right. Josh Allen.
I mean, or Patrick Mahomes.
I don't know if Aiden O'Connell had to come out of nowhere and throw 50. Okay, I think if he threw 40 touchdowns, he probably still wouldn't get it. But it does depend on how the Raiders do. Like if the Raiders were like the Vikings this year, 14 wins, he'd be the MVP. Because that's the difference. That's why they're winning. They went from a 2, 3, 4 win team to 14. It's because he's throwing 40 touchdowns and yada yada yada. But that's what I was gonna say. I just saw.
How many touchdowns does Darnold have this year?
I want to say like north of 30, like 34 or something.
Here, let me see.
In 2002, Charlie Garner had 91 catches. That's amazing.
Okay,
Michael Crabtree, 2016, 2015, 89, 85 catches. Nice.
According to ESPN, hold on, that's all right. Sam Darnold has 35 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. not fantastic.
I mean, it's good compared to most
35 touch,
quarterbacks, but
yeah, compared to
the
most.
interceptions are a little like if he was more
It's a
down to
little
like
high.
7, yeah, 12 is a little high. Completely back to the Raiders. Just one other thing to mention about Brock Bowers is the fact that he's the third leading reception holder in the NFL this season. He's only behind Jamar Chase, who has 117, and Amon-Ra, who I'm assuming this is after tonight's game, has 109 catches. Brock Bowers has 108. So, I mean, a tight end, which right behind him is Trey McBride with 104, like a tight end being, especially a rookie, like a rookie tight end being that high on the list of, receiving leaders in the NFL, that's just, yeah, man, like he's impressive.
Frank says that he prefers drafting the best available talent over drafting it for need. We might not have that luxury this time around.
I agree completely, Frank. And, we had our live reaction to the Brock Bowers pick. And I remember we both were very shocked because, the initial thought is like, well, Michael Mayer, what are we doing here? Like, you guys need a tackle, you need a corner.
Yeah.
You can't get a quarterback, so what are we doing? And then within about a minute, I said, you know what? That was Mike Mayock. Mike Mayock, wow. That was Tom Telesco, not Mike Mayock. Mike Mayock never did this. That was Tom Telesco picking best player available. And I can't complain about that, And then here we are, records broken. He made the right choice, And I'd much rather just see the Raiders pick best player available and, just go with what the scouting department tells you of, yep, that is clearly the best player right here. If it's like a tie and it's like, oh man, who do we pick here? Yeah, go for the need. Sure. But, first round, it's usually pretty obvious who the best player available is. Pick them. Like in 2 to 3 years, I'd rather not be regretting that we didn't take the best player possible. Like, I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. All the years in a row of like Calvin Johnson, Larry Fitzgerald, Aaron Rodgers, these guys who were literally picked one pick after the Raiders picked, who became fucking legendary Hall of Famers, and the Raiders picked absolute nobodies because of need. Jamarcus Russell. Would any Raider fan rather have Jamarcus Russell or fucking Megatron? We could have took Calvin Johnson, and then a year later, we could have picked a quarterback. Oh, that seems pretty hindsight 2020, right? But I'm tired of seeing that. I'm so tired of it. I mean, even Alex Leatherwood, fucking Jonathan Abram, Damon Arnett. I mean, we talked about just last week or 2 weeks ago, like Henry Ruggs and Damon Arnett over Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb, and some other corner. Like maybe they could have traded up, got AJ Terrell, who was locking Terry McLaurin down the other night. It's just like, dude, pick the best player. Agreed.
Demoke says, nope, DC ain't coming back. Tom Brady doesn't want that MFer.
Yeah, I mean, you very well might be right. I don't know if you're referring to that video of Tom Brady saying, like, really, they're going to keep that motherfucker back when he was a free agent. I still don't think that was about Derek Carr. I really don't. I think that was about another team.
Ryan Fitzpatrick thinks it was about him.
Man, that's rough. I mean, we'd have to go back to the teams and who the quarterbacks were, but I feel like there were some teams that stuck with quarterbacks that I would say were far worse than Derek Carr. But hey, well, you never know.
One thing we do know is that Brady wanted to go to the 49ers. The Niners decided to go with Jimmy Garoppolo.
And he would know how good or bad Garoppolo was.
Yeah. Although Jimmy Garoppolo, I want to, he was just coming off his best season. The 49ers had just gone to the Super Bowl and lost. So it made sense why they stuck with Garoppolo, but ultimately it was the wrong choice. Because had you had Tom Brady, you probably have a Super Bowl by now.
Yeah, I think you definitely do with the defense that they had. I could, if honestly, this is not being a Raider homer or a Derek Carr homer, which I'm really not. Like, I would bank on it that he was talking about Jimmy Garoppolo because of how badly I'm sure he wanted to be a Niner, and how he I'm sure he knew that if he was the quarterback of that team, he would have won a Super Bowl. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And just he grew up a fan of the team. Like, there's no way. To me, that had to be about the Niners, about Jimmy G.
His first football memory was literally him at the game where Joe Montana and Dwight Clark linked up for the catch.
Yeah.
So
So
yeah. Demoke says nope. I think when I mentioned JJ McCarthy, so Demokes is not a fan of that. Although I
well,
am a fan of Demokes' profile picture.
yeah. Great times.
Frank says Amir was big time for Big Red. Was he on the Chiefs?
Yeah, Big Red meaning I'm assuming
Andy
Andy Reid,
Reid.
unless Big Red means Nebraska, which I've never heard that personally. At
Hmm.
least I'm not a big Nebraska fan, so I wouldn't know. But maybe if Frank could
Elaborate a little bit.
elaborate. Yeah.
Oh, Frank says Nebraska.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No. I From what I understand, fucking Amir Abdullah was a beast for Nebraska.
Hmm. Yeah. So Todd Christensen, I think that was the name. Yeah, Todd Christensen was the only other tight end on that list in
Yeah.
terms of the
Other than
receptions.
that and Darren Waller just a few years ago, um, actually surpassing Tim Brown. Funny enough. But
Yeah,
yeah, I mean, the thing about that, Christensen probably did it in way less amount of games and in a league that did not pass the ball as often as it does now. So the fact that Christensen was on that list and at some point for a long time was leading that like the leading receiver in any given season in 2 different seasons, like that's insanely impressive.
yeah. Frank says great tight ends are a big part of the Raider history.
Yep.
I like the
Casper.
new Bowers kid.
Yep. Uh, Dave Casper, Todd Christensen, now Brock Bowers. Darren Waller had some fun years, and me personally, I still think Zach Miller is one of the most underrated tight ends ever. He
You're
statistically,
missing
he
one.
doesn't. Is this a joke or actually?
No, you're
Oh,
missing
go ahead,
Clyde Walford.
Walford. There. Oh, well, I wouldn't consider this guy a legend or anything, but he had good years. Was Jared Cook? Jared Cook was pretty good for us. I mean,
Not
yeah,
quite as good as Clyde Walford.
no, Clive Walford, legend.
Joel says Mark Davis did confirm that the Raiders tried to get Brady.
Right. Well, in that sense, then, if they tried to get Brady, then what would have then they weren't trying to stick with Carr. You know what I mean? I would assume Brady said no to them, but what do I know?
Yeah, I mean, can Mark Davis confirm how hard he tried? Like, try a little harder. Come on.
Right.
Gronk already said it was Carr. He told Dana White on a podcast.
Oh, well, hey, there you go. That's fucked up to say that out loud, but hey.
Yeah.
Well,
Did Gronk say it was officially Carr, like that Brady was talking about, or did Gronk say that he thinks it was Carr?
yeah, I mean that's a good point.
Yeah, Demoke says it was Gruden. I don't think he wanted Brady.
Yeah, I mean I remember at the time I definitely thought that too. Of like I don't know if Gruden and Brady would. Well, I always thought especially with Carr and the way that Gruden was kind of molding Carr was like a lot of efficient passing. Like I thought, yeah, that works great with Brady. Like that's Brady's thing. But
Well, you thought Brady was going to be you thought Carr was going to be a Patriot, remember?
yeah, I thought had they moved on from Carr at that point, that Carr would have made a lot of sense in New England. And
And then
then,
Josh McDaniels came here.
yeah, 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 yeah. So again, that kind of made sense to me. And at least early on, Josh McDaniels was very in on Carr, and then all of a sudden he wasn't, right?
Yeah. Frank says Waller, right? Yeah, you almost forget. Waller was
Yeah,
really good.
yeah. It's gonna be weird. Like, give it 10 years, I think Waller is going to be just forgotten.
Yep. Because you
Yeah,
already kind of forget about him right now. But he was
yeah.
very good for the short time that he was.
He really had like 2 years of like, is he one of the best tight ends in football? I think he
Yeah.
is. And all of a sudden, no, he's too injury prone.
Well, I don't know if it was the best because it was always Kelsey versus Kittle, but like
Yeah, right.
among the
In that,
best.
like, it was like, is this duo actually a trio?
Yeah.
You know, yeah. Like they each had
And
their thing.
even four, because the NFL had four
Oh,
really good tight ends. Because Mark
Andrews.
Andrews, yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
all at one time. But
yeah. Raymond
Frank says
Chester.
Raymond Chester.
Absolutely.
Brady to San Francisco made the most sense, really, in hindsight. Yeah, but Kyle Shanahan, honestly, with a brilliant move because Tom Brady was old, and then also you can't have a quarterback who changes the play at the line of scrimmage. Like that wouldn't have worked.
Right. Yeah. I
Like
mean,
Super
why
Bowl,
go for Brady in 2019 or whatever year that was when you could go for Kirk Cousins in 2024?
you see, what people don't understand is that actually Super Bowls are kind of overrated. Okay, it's about calling the right play at the right time. It's not about calling the right play for the situation. Okay, it's really if the defense lines up a certain way, you got to call the right play. Okay, and then quarterbacks like Tom Brady just will never understand that, so it would never have worked. Tom Brady doesn't know a thing or two about football intelligence, okay? Like Kyle Shanahan does. He just doesn't comprehend the game that way. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tom. It's just Kyle Shanahan is one of a kind. Can't replace him. Yeah, so Mike, where it in unrelated speak, where do you think Ben Johnson's going?
You know, I actually have made a list of the coaches so far that I have seen as far as like coaching candidates. Like I have kind of ranked them. Um, and I think I have 19 or 20 names uh for the Raiders. That was kind of off topic, but from what I've seen, the rumor or the slowly heating implication is that Ben Johnson is interested in the Bears, likely because of Caleb and just the weapons that they have. But I
It's
don't
not going to
know.
happen.
I don't.
He's
Yeah, I don't think that
he's
makes
not going to go
sense.
in the
And
same division.
exactly, I think why would you want to go of all divisions, the best division, or at least the toughest division in football? Like you have a two-way tie that's going to get settled in Week 18 between you and the fucking Vikings. Like, and then the Packers are right there behind them that can easily play up to their standard. Like, why would you want to go coach the Bears? I'm sorry. Like, if I were a coach, I'd be like, I'd see the Lions, Packers, and Vikings, and I'd be like, yeah, no, thank you. Then again, I mean, the AFC West is kind of the same thing, unfortunately. But
Yeah, like do I want to be the worst team in the best division?
yeah, yeah. So I mean, my hopes are extremely low as far as the Raiders getting Ben Johnson. It's just, I mean, if we had to bring up a list of teams that are going to need a new coach, assuming on some of these, Raiders, Bears, Jets, Giants. The Titans coach is on his first year, so I'm going to assume he doesn't get fired. Although you could argue he should. But again, it's year one, so it's kind of tough. And he's not an interim coach, like Antonio Pierce is. Who else needs a coach? I think I said the Bears. Oh, the Saints. Um, the Cowboys. Hey, yeah, man. if the Cowboys let go of their coach, whose name I'm totally blanking on right now,
Mike McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy, thank you. That would make a lot of sense for Ben Johnson. Granted, would Ben Johnson rather go to the AFC to stay away from the Lions? Maybe. But I don't as long as he's out of the division, I think he'd probably be comfortable.
Yeah.
Man, the Cowboys would be interesting, especially if imagine if he goes to the Cowboys. He's got Dak on that big ass contract, CeeDee Lamb, and then he goes, maybe he beefs up the offensive line, which is probably his priority number one, looking at the Lions and how they're built. But right behind it would be imagine the Cowboys getting Gianti with Ben Johnson calling plays. Like, man, that would be something.
I've got something for you.
Yep.
If owners were actually smart,
Hmm.
like if they were forward thinking, like let's just say the Warriors were when they fired Mark Jackson and hired Steve Kerr.
Yep.
Right now, if I'm the Cincinnati Bengals, if
Mhm.
if
Oh my
if they
God.
miss if they miss the playoffs, you have an excuse to like you don't have to fire Zach Taylor immediately, but just would you not like give Ben Johnson a call like, hey, we would like to give you the bag to coach this football team, but we just need to know who is your plan, at defensive coordinator, because we also need help fixing this defense.
Yeah.
You can coach Joe Burrow, you can coach Jamar Chase, you can coach Chase Brown. It could all be yours.
Yeah.
Could you imagine Joe Burrow
God,
paired
dude.
with
No,
Ben
yeah.
Johnson?
I mean, imagine that offense, and then you just tack on like Chase Brown is very, very good. I would imagine he would do a similar thing with the Lions of having a two running back tandem. If they could get a more talented back to be the sort of 1A in that offense, and then like you mentioned, like really focus on the defense, like that offense would just be so insane. And the tackles that like they have Trent Brown, whatever, but Amarius Mims, who they just drafted, like that dude's a fucking mammoth. So I mean, yeah, it'd be very interesting.
Yeah, no. The only problem is the Bengals are not. I don't think they're gonna do it. They're gonna say, man, we just barely missed the playoffs, or maybe they may. All right. I had this, and we'll talk about this during the fantasy recap. But I had like a very like varying emotions. I started thinking, I was like, man, but the Bengals in the playoffs would be very, would be very fun to watch. And then I was like, no, shut up. We can't let them have anything. Like
Mhm.
I was very much going back and forth, but
Yeah.
we'll talk about that when we get to the fantasy thing. Uh, how are we feeling about this Raiders versus Chargers game? I I guess I'm supposed to go first. I'm thinking that all right, the Chargers have already clinched a postseason spot. I could see a scenario where they rest starters, but I just don't think that they will because I don't know how the tiebreaker exactly would go between them and the Broncos. If the Broncos were to win and match their record in the event that Broncos win and Chargers lose, right?
Right. So I'm
I'm,
I'm gonna pull up the AFC playoff picture right now.
I can pull it up right now. I have it up.
That'd be great. They are currently tied with the Steelers at 10-6 for the 5 and 6 seed. Right.
Yeah.
Um, my hunch would be that they are going to play to win this game, which I think every team is doing that. Actually, that's something I want to bring up. Remind me about Foster Moreau. Remind me after this
Okay.
point. Um, can't or why? Pittsburgh is facing the Bengals this week, a team who very much wants to win their game. Unfortunately for the Bengals, they need a lot of help to get in. but it's not impossible, right? They need the Broncos to lose. They're facing the Chiefs. Meanwhile, the Chargers again are playing the fucking Raiders. Like, so I just point being here, like, okay, if I'm the Chargers, who would I rather face? The Baltimore Ravens or the Houston Texans?
Texans, easy.
Easy. I very badly want to be the 5th seed. So hopefully, if I'm the Chargers, I get help from the Bengals. Steelers lose. We win. We're the 5th seed. And we have a very favorable matchup in the first round of the playoffs. And if we win that, then who do we probably face? Assuming, the 5th or the 6th and 7th seeds lose to the Bills and Ravens, we're going to go face the Chiefs, whose offense is not really that impressive this year and is our division opponent. We know we can beat them. Like, the Chargers have, I know it's the Chiefs, like, it's not like it's a gimme or anything, but they have a road. If they get this 4th or 5th seed, they have a pretty solid road to the AFC Championship.
Yeah. They honestly do. And I mean, it'll just be a reminder to 49er fans what we could have had, or what
And
we
Raider
did
fans.
have.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, for Niner fans, what we did have, and Raider fans, what you could have had. And yeah, I don't know how many times did we have that conversation, Mike? Do you have a count of how many times we just like broke off into a Jim Harbaugh tangent over the past year?
Yeah, it was, the amount of times was actually insane. Whoa,
Yeah.
shut the fuck up.
I mean, it was great. I love Jim Harbaugh, but man.
So can we God damn, can we watch a TikTok on here or no? Like, not like me doing this, but just, can I send you a TikTok and you be able to put it up?
Send it to me on Twitter.
Okay. Yes, there we go. On the silver and gold, or
silver and gold. Do silver and gold.
Okay, of course it wanted to post it. Let's see. How do I share?
Just copy the link and then send
okay,
it.
Okay, copy. Thank you. All right. Sorry, to you or silver and gold?
Silver and gold.
So I've had many conversations. And the whole point about like, oh, the Raiders need to take their medicine, right? And like, I've had conversations with like my dad and whoever about like, man, why don't they just do what they should do and lose, right?
Yeah.
Going into here's why. Here is why. Continue.
Yeah, sorry, Foster Moreau. I didn't mean to pause on you like that.
Going into last week's game, we're not playing for a playoff berth, right? I mean, there's plenty of the fan base that wants us to lose so we can get a better draft pick. Like, I'm not blind to that. Like, I see that, and that's, I mean, they could think that all they want, but people have to play people have to play with passion. They have to play with pride, and they have to play for each other, and they have to play for their jobs. Like, you have to play because this is your resume. And I fucking hate talking about resumes. I hate the man that's talking about their resume is out of a damn job. Like, that's a fact. So like, you could think about your resume all you want, but in reality, you got to play for pride, and you got to play for not only the name on the back, but the name on the front and the logo on the side of your damn helmet. That's a fact. And I'd love to see us get back to doing that. And look, you could, work smart, not hard is not something I believe in. You have to work your balls off. You have to work as hard as you possibly can just to have a chance in this league. Just to have a chance in life, you got to work tirelessly, right? That's what I believe. And if you work hard enough, eventually you'll get smart. But I don't believe in all the rest of the hoopla. I just work hard, be where your feet are, and just the secret's in the dirt. The secret's in the daily grind.
I mean, it's true, and I've mentioned it before. Like, teams aren't just going to go out and try and lose, no matter how many times it actually seems like that does happen. Though, like, look at the Chicago Bears.
Right. I mean, the only people who really have a reason to like want their team, like people of power, to want their team to lose, those people would be either the owner because they want a certain quarterback, or the GM because they want a certain quarterback or player or whatever. But, you know, the coaches and the players, like, they're never gonna feed into that shit. Like, it's just never gonna happen. Um, because literally their life is on the line, playing week in and week out this game that they are trying to continue to play. So yeah, it like, obviously I would love for the Raiders to tank, but I know that they won't and they shouldn't because of everything that he's saying in that video.
Mhm. Yeah, the I don't know, like for me, this Raiders versus Chargers game. I mean, if the Chargers play their starters, I think the Chargers are going to win. Like the Raiders are not going to continue their winning streak, in my opinion. Although at the beginning of the season, you said for sure Raiders and Chargers are going to split.
Yeah, and that was back when I had a much more confident feel on this season. You know,
Back when you thought
back when
Antonio Pierce
I thought
was,
Antonio Pierce was a good coach that had this locker room by the balls, and you know, Max Crosby was healthy, and we just signed Christian Wilkins, and in theory, our quarterback room got better. Our offensive coordinator got better because he was a more experienced guy, right? And our tight end room got better. That's probably the only true thing that I've said so far, in hindsight, So yeah, I just thought the Chargers had a year to go before getting to the AFC Championship sort of type, and here we are, as usual with Jim Harbaugh. It's year one, and I just explained 5 minutes ago why they have a solid shot at the AFC Championship.
dude. And think about this. Like you said, they're a year ahead. Like I think I called that. I was like, man, they're going to be a lot better than like we
People
expect
think.
because Harbaugh's going to
Yep.
get them ready. And then he
Yep.
has them believing in themselves, his locker room stuff. Man, I love to see all the videos of it because it's like, it's cool to see a football team like rally around, like a leader.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't know, I'm
You
jealous.
Yeah. I haven't watched many of their in the locker room videos. I saw one this past weekend where it was like they were singing "He's a Jolly Good Fellow," like Derwin James
Yeah,
is
yeah.
kind of leading it. I thought that was funny. Um, like he brings a very wholesome vibe, which is cool. Um, but you sent me a video that was honestly, I really was like, that's a good fucking answer. Was when they were like, like I don't know what the question was, but probably something along the lines of like, you always say like, who's got it better than you? Like, who does? He's like, oh, maybe us in the future.
Yeah, he goes, nobody. Well, if anybody, it's us in the future.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, you know what? That's about the best answer you could have gave.
Yep. He's like, except for future us. Future us probably has it better than us.
Yeah,
Like,
that's yeah,
I love that shit, dude. I
yeah,
eat it up. And, it's like for somebody who's just like Harbaugh is I'd say very encouraging of his players and gets them to believe in themselves. And
yep,
man, I know that he could have, you know, I know what he could have done for the Raiders, but he wasn't interested, and I don't think we may never know how hard the Raiders tried,
yeah,
because from what we know is they reached out, and that's it. But
yeah,
it's just it hurts extra for the Raiders because he went to the Chargers. And man, think about this, like the Chargers, like we mentioned, are a year ahead. This was supposed to be like a down year for them because their contracts. They're gonna they're
yeah.
you're gonna
Well,
have money to spend going forward.
I remember like the assumption was they're gonna trade or cut Khalil Mack and or Joey Boza, and then they ended up keeping both of them. They got rid of Keenan Allen. They draft fucking McConkey, and of course Joe Alt. They just look. They made all the right moves in everything I just listed. You know, like imagine their team wouldn't be the same if they didn't have Mac and Boza, or Boza.
Yep. No, dude.
So,
Oh my God. Once, like, I knew I had a strong feeling that he wasn't going to get rid of Bosa or Mac, because those are two good, like, cornerstone kind of defenders.
yep.
And like, I just, knowing Harbaugh, he can turn stars that are like, maybe in the wrong system,
Mm-hmm.
and get them playing at a high level. Like, we saw that Niner team that he took over, like, for, under Mike Singletary, and then he turned them around, and like all of a sudden it's like, wow, this 49ers team was loaded all along.
Yeah.
Because literally in the, you went from like a one season turnaround to like, all right, we all knew Patrick Willis was good, but it's like, oh man, that it just went to a Hall of Fame defense almost. It felt like overnight, to go into the NFC Championship game. And then look at the Chargers, dude. Derwin James deserves to be an All-Pro this year.
Oh man, yeah.
This I think has been Derwin James' best season. So, yeah. Frank says the players will always try to win, coaches and above maybe not so much. Yeah, it's a good point. Like Foster Moreau said, they're trying to keep their jobs. This is why I thought, like, Antonio Pierce is not going to tank. He's trying to coach for his job.
Yeah.
But
well, that's why.
if Antonio Pierce
coaches
was going to lose it, if he was going to lose his job, he's going to lose his job already. Like,
yeah. The rare occasion, in my opinion, that even a coach would tank is if they have an excuse. For example, not that they tanked, but when Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt in 2018 or 17, and then you guys proceeded to get the second overall pick and pick Boza, that is reason where a coach can say, whether he's early on in his time as the coach or just he has the excuse of, well, my quarterback got fucked. Like, look at our backup was not good enough. That's the only time I can imagine a coach tanking just to get a stellar player on their team. And then next year they get to running back with the quarterback healthy. And it's like, we're going to be significantly better. That's the only time I could ever see a coach tanking. Because most coaches, you have a seat. Like, look at the coach for the Bengals. It's like, they're so bad that people are talking about firing that head coach. I'm totally forgetting his name right now, but he's a good coach.
Zach Taylor.
Zach Taylor. I think he's a fine head coach. He's fine. Their defense is atrocious, and he's an offensive-minded guy. He's taken them to the Super Bowl. If you can get Ben Johnson, yeah, then I think it'd be a smart move. But other than that, they shouldn't fire him. Like, you take away, maybe not take away, but you choose to look away from the first like 5, 6, whatever many weeks of the season for the Bengals. They're like 6-4 or 7-4 in the past however many weeks. Like, it's just they started terribly slow, in large part because of their defense.
Mm-hmm. If I was the Bengals owner, which I'm not, but if I was, I'd say, Ben Johnson, this is Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh, this is Ben Johnson. You guys are now the two coaches of this football team.
Yeah.
And you and Joe Burrow are going to win every single Super Bowl from here on out.
That would be a hell of a combo, man. Oh.
What, Ben Johnson and Saleh, or Ben Johnson and
Well, both, but Ben Johnson and Saleh, I'm looking at this from like a coaching standpoint for any team. Like, Saleh is going to be an interesting defensive coordinator candidate out there, and then obviously Ben Johnson. Like, you have those guys in charge of your offense and defense. Those are guys who have recently had top units on their respective sides of the field. Like, you pair them together, that's nasty if they can get it to work.
Yep. Joel says if we wanted to tank, we should have kept Ritter in.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
Yeah. So, who's going to win this game, Mike? Who do you think? I'm picking the Chargers.
I am also picking the Chargers. Not a question.
Not even a slight question? Huh?
If the Raiders win this game, you can punch me twice. Oh, no. No, that's not actually serious. We're still going to do that. But no. If the Raiders win this game, I will be pissed off because we just won the past two that we shouldn't have fucking won. Can we please stop now? Like, let the better team beat us for once.
Man, I should have picked the Raiders in this one. Yeah, I guess, for the Jaguars game.
Yeah, and I only picked the Saints because I was just hoping my extremely incredible streak would keep up if I did. But
I was sure the Raiders were going to win.
For sure. I was too. I should have just picked them and swallowed my pride, but anyways, if they win this game, the Raiders, if they win this game, they would knock themselves probably out of the top 10 in the draft, and that's
all right.
At least most likely. They're at 8 right now. Like the Saints probably lose this week because they're facing, I think, the Buccaneers. They're getting cornswoggled, and then Chicago. I don't know who Chicago's facing. Their division's tough. They're going to lose. They're facing the Packers. So I guess that just depends on if the Packers are locked into their spot at the 6th seed or whatever. And we're tied with Chicago, so. But we would have the. Well, actually, I don't know.
We would slide down to the 9th pick. Oh well, actually,
if New Orleans loses, which they should, we might pass them up. So we probably won't go out of the top 10, but we can go as far down as 10. So, hey, Niners and Raiders back to back again.
How fun!
That was fun. Yeah, that'd be great for the podcast, though. Shit.
It would be great if the Niners don't win against the Cardinals.
Yeah. What would actually be great is if the Raiders lose this game, as they should, and if Carolina, New York Jets, and Jacksonville win their matchups this week, and then we can get up to 5th overall. That'd be great. So go Jacksonville, Carolina, go Jets.
Well, actually, if the 49ers did win this upcoming week, they would be 7-9 tied with these teams, and it goes by strength of schedule, right? Yes. So the team, actually, they would probably move down a spot because maybe the Cardinals might jump them because theoretically the Niners would be a harder opponent.
Well,
and the Cardinals would be a worse opponent.
Okay, strength of schedule. See, Indianapolis, Dallas, Arizona, they are in reverse order. So the easiest schedule puts you at the highest because you, in theory, lost to better or worse teams. You are the worst of those teams. So
wow.
If you won and those 3 teams lose, you would fall down to 14. You would drop 4 spots.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, Niners just shut down Purdy. My God.
You would definitely fall behind Arizona. And then, Indy, who's Indy facing? Oh, man.
Bro, I want to say they need to lose this week, man.
I want to say Indianapolis is facing either the Jags or it's the Jags. It's the Jags. I'm rooting for the Jags to win that game, but you're now rooting for Indianapolis to win that game. And then Dallas, unless they're facing the Giants, they would have a tough matchup. So.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well, that's interesting. Yep. Frank says, Harbaugh ain't going to let us win. No way.
No, and with the playoff scenario for the Chargers relative to the Steelers, the Chargers need to win this game.
Yeah.
Unless the Steelers have already played and they already won their game, then, maybe the Chargers go, Actually, we don't need to play that hard here, and maybe they rest Herbert and J.K.
Well, no,
Dobbins and McConkey.
I mean, how would the tiebreaker go between them and the Broncos? Because that could still be like,
Oh,
you got to think
yeah,
about it this way.
yeah.
They could. I would rather face the Ravens than the Bills, right? Because at least you might get playoff Lamar.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, point being the 5th seed is just far better than the other two. So if they have a chance at surpassing the Steelers, like they should.
But really,
beat the Raiders.
really, the real reason is if for whatever circumstance the Broncos and the Chargers are still alive in the AFC Championship, the Chargers would want to host that instead of going to Denver.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
for sure.
That's the real reason. Now we can talk about the real stuff that happened this weekend.
For those that are interested.
So for those of you who are watching this live, I want you to quickly comment who you think won in the fantasy championship. Mike and I faced off against one another. We have faced in the playoffs before. Prior to this, we had faced 3 times in the playoffs. Now this was our 4th. And we'll give you about 10 seconds before we reveal it.
While we're waiting, can we just show off the trophy that you currently hold? Do you get to keep it?
Do I? Oh boy.
How many championships have you won up to this season?
All right, so this is our trophy for our home league. This is the main league here. All right, yep. All right, everybody's always in like multiple fantasy leagues. This is the one that matters. Okay.
Yes.
I am in the Manor Fantasy Football League. Okay.
Yeah. I'm in 5 leagues. I was in 3 championships this week. I didn't give a flying fuck about my other 2 championships. It was all this one.
This thing is not plastic. I think this is brass. Honestly, I think this is brass. And
Dude.
What?
Sorry, I just got excited. I just saw that Tony's in here.
Oh, let's see. Oh,
we got a 1-1 tie right now.
Okay. Tony thinks I won, and Frank thinks that Mike won. All right, so let's go through the past champions, right? Yeah. So our first champion was our friend Jordan. Then it was Lorenzo. Then it was me for my first championship. Then it was Jordan again. Then me again. I went back to back, and I had 3 out of 4. And then it was Mike in 2022. And then it was me in 2023. And the winner of 2024, between a matchup of the past 2 champions, and really a matchup of a champion from like the last several, is Mike. Mike won the fantasy championship this year, and I have to say goodbye to this trophy. For those of you who have been watching for long enough, so Mike won in 2022. Actually, if you look at last season, the trophy is in the background. Very, not as pronounced. I wanted to like really show it off because I don't know when I'm gonna get it back. Like if I ever lost it. I was so close. Okay, so we're gonna actually do like a formal recap of this, but oh god, damn it. Oh man,
now it's gonna be sitting right over here next to the PS5, baby.
God, I want to die. Let me share my screen here.
Yeah,
we didn't even talk about how we're gonna do this topic, but I've thought about it.
Okay.
And my dad kind of encouraged me to make this a topic because okay. But I had already told you before that I'm like, hey, we should do a preview, but I didn't want to count my chickens before they hatched of like Josh Jacobs potentially screwing me last week.
Yep.
But so this was the final score. Mike won by about what is that? 17 points, 18 points, Mike?
Just under 17.
Yeah, so Mike won by 17. And really, all right. Fantasy football wasn't always like this. I feel like the fantasy championship didn't always fall on Christmas, and then the NFL wants to do games on Christmas Day, which on a Wednesday just felt so out of the ordinary, right?
Yep.
So, our matchup started with me starting Miami Fairbairn, who had 0 points. And I just want you to imagine me on Christmas Day, like just angry because the freaking D'Amico Ryans wanted to go for it on 4th down twice on one drive. He's like, you know what? We're down by 5. We can't afford. No, they were down by. I don't even remember how much they were down by, but because I've tried to block that from my memory. Yeah, I think it was like 10-2. So they were down by 8. They're like, you know what? We need to, we're not going to win the game scoring points. We got to score touchdowns.
Yeah.
We can't afford to just take 3. Got to have all 8 at once, tie it up. And then after that, Lamar goes down the field for, massive run. And it's like, all right, this game is, the further you got into that game was just, the further you got into the game, it was just like, okay, now they do need touchdowns, and they're just not going to kick it. They're just going to go for it. But like,
I sent you some memes on Twitter if you want to pull them up for the crowd to see.
Oh God,
the homemade memes.
Oh, okay, yeah. I will share these. These are funny. Fairbairn. 0 points, 0 out of 0 PAT, 0 out of 0 field goals. Hey, at least like Moody, he didn't miss. So
yeah, efficient.
Let's see. D'Amico Ryans. Damn it! Why can't Stroud get the 4th down? Fucking CJ Stroud. Josh, kick the fucking field goal, douche.
Oh shit.
Okay. This one's hilarious. $200. I'll do whatever. Can you kick a few field goals for my fantasy team? That was perfect. I love it.
Man.
Excuse me. But yeah, so literally I was projected to win this matchup, right? And I didn't feel confident about it because Mike, all right, let's take a look at Mike's team. Mike has Joe Burrow. He had Kenneth Walker in his starting lineup. Kenneth Walker didn't play, but he had the backup who, when Kenneth Walker was out, when Kenneth Walker was out, like Charbonnet was lighting it up.
Yeah.
And the Bears are a good matchup, but really their defense, I think just had, they weren't playing well the past couple of weeks, but they actually do have like a solid defense.
Yeah.
But so Kyron Williams, Jamar Chase, Drake London, like Jonathan Taylor, Philadelphia, Jerome Ford. Man, Mike had, all right, how many of these guys I guess we don't see the IR, but I mentioned Kenneth Walker.
Oh, yeah, Kenneth Walker. Well, also, you mentioned the Wednesday games. I had already told you this the other day, but the entire season, I just rode on the Steelers. I rode Boswell, their kicker, the entire season, like after week 1, and Steelers defense. Like almost every single week, I started both the kicker and the defense for the Steelers. And then I saw they were playing the Chiefs on a Wednesday, and I was like, I'm dropping both of them. So those would be 2 main players for me that helped me this season that aren't on here. But
okay, but how many of these guys are going to be like a 1st or 2nd round pick in next year's draft? Right?
Burrow doesn't really count, but yes, he'll probably be a top 3 quarterback.
Yeah, so Kenneth Walker, Kyron Williams, that's 2. Jamar Chase, Drake London is going to be probably a second round pick.
Right.
Jonathan Taylor, that's 5. It's 5. Now let's look at my team. All right. So Bijan is 1. Jacobs is 2. Neighbors I can see him fall a little bit depending on their quarterback situation. You know,
I
he
still
was
think
good
he'll
this
be high
year.
end. I think he'll be like high second round pick, if not late first, but probably high second.
I don't know, maybe lower because he didn't score a lot of touchdowns is the thing, you know, except for this week. So right. I guess we can count Neighbors, but all right, Devontae Adams is I think going to be 3rd or 4th round territory if I had to guess right now.
If he's still with Rodgers, he'll be great, but like the past few weeks, he's been amazing.
Brock Bowers, I have to imagine. I mean, he could possibly
3rd.
Yeah, but
I think he'll be the top
3rd.
tight end.
Yeah, but Gibbs is 4, right?
Yeah,
and then everyone else just a dud. I saw people saying that you should start Jaden Reed in the championship. I was like, no, there's no way. I would rather go down benching Jaden Reed than put him in my starting lineup.
I was a little worried from what I had seen of like the matchup and stuff. I was worried that had Neighbors, because he was like a game time decision, at least I think Schefter said he was. Had you opted not to go with Neighbors, I was worried that you were going to pick Calvin Ridley because his matchup was really good. And I had seen some people, like not experts or whatever, maybe experts saying like, oh, you should start him, blah, blah, blah. And I just thought, man, what if the Giants put Neighbors on a pitch count? And then sure enough, he just went fucking nuclear.
Dude, I literally, this was one of those decisions, Mike. Do you remember a couple years ago where I decided to start AJ Brown in the championship even after he had burned me? And I was like, I just told you that it just felt so clear to me to start him that week.
Yeah.
You know, I was like, this is what I drafted him for. And then I played him. So for me with Neighbors, I was like, yeah, you know what? Neighbors gets so much volume. I'm just going to go down. I'm going to go down with the ship that brought me here, you know?
That's why I think he'll be a 2nd round pick next year. Like the targets are just asinine. Like you can't beat that from any player. Like he's with Bowers. He's top 5 in receptions in the league. In theory, if they get a better quarterback or a better play caller, like he can only get better. You know?
I think Neighbors can also beat Puka's record too.
I mean, it's a race with him and Bowers right now. Next week. Yeah.
Yeah. But okay, so I got a nasty lump of coal for Christmas, right? And then the next game was the Seahawks on Thursday Night Football, the next day. And so I ended up starting the Colts defense, which I felt confident about that.
They were the top waiver ad this week. They were playing the Giants.
And so here was the waivers, right? So I picked up the Colts. My second option was the Seahawks, right? Yeah. And the Seahawks ended up getting 18 points. If you add 18 points to this, I win. Or actually, if you add 20, because I got -2, you add 20 points. That last Gibbs touchdown in the 49er game, I would have beat Mike. So I literally, oh man, I have been swamped with stuff at home. The holidays did not help. I couldn't really think. I didn't have a lot of time. I had to set an alarm on the night of waivers because I was, opening up gifts. I had to set an alarm. My alarm went off, and that's when I had to I was like, oh my God, waivers are going to go on right now.
Yep.
And so normally the night of waivers, I'll literally lay in my bed and just think about it. I'll really think about it, and then I'll just make changes, and it works out. I did not have that time this time around.
Yeah.
I was opening gifts with with my girlfriend and her family, and like, man, I just that was a factor, the Christmas factor,
Yeah.
right? So the Seahawks game happens, and I'm over here just like pacing in circles, like literally, I'm going, I'm like, all right, if I just go counterclockwise around my entire house, like it's working, right? So I did that for the following games too. So Mike had Joe Burrow, Jamar
man.
Chase, and Kyron Williams playing on Saturday, right? And then so I got screwed over in this game because towards the end of the game, well, all right, really I got lucky at a moment because Jamar Chase dropped a wide open touchdown. But Joe Burrow, they could have milked the clock, and that's what the running back Chase Brown, that's what he slid in order to do. And then the next play, Joe Burrow does a QB sneak, and so Mike gets another touchdown, right? Mike gets that touchdown, and I'm like, fuck, I'm just like, God damn it. And then the Broncos quickly score a touchdown, and I'm like, all right, go for 2. You cannot send this to overtime.
Yes.
You have to win it now, because if the Bengals get the ball, they're probably going to win the game. And the Bengals did get the ball, and they stopped them, but then the Broncos did nothing. Broncos did absolutely nothing. And then so the Bengals got the ball again, and Joe Burrow scores another touchdown.
Oh my God.
So that's 2 touchdowns that Burrow should have never had. They should have just milked the game, and that should have been that.
Right.
So I got screwed over there, right? And then Jamar Chase ended out having a good game. He had 15 targets, he had 9 catches. I got lucky he didn't have a touchdown. This could have been much worse, right?
Yeah, he dropped an easy one early in the game that I was very much upset about.
Yeah, like I mentioned. And then I got kind of lucky a little bit in the Rams game because the Cardinals were able to milk the clock. They milked an entire quarter.
Yeah,
the third quarter.
Yep.
But a little unlucky because Matthew Stafford was just trying to throw interceptions at the goal line.
Yeah.
And
on the 1.
Yeah.
Or 2. Like
on the 1 yard line. Yeah. And so I'm thinking for sure, oh man, they're gonna punch it in with Kyron here, and then it just hits Buda Baker in the chest. So, oh man, I got very unlucky then. And then so I think like the score was like 80 something. After Saturday, it was like 80 something to 0. And I'm just over here thinking like, man, I'm getting blown out of the water. Like, I'm down by 80 points. I haven't scored a single damn point yet. I was like, I was literally thinking this championship is over. And I haven't scored a single goddamn point yet.
Yeah.
And then, all right. Tell me what you're thinking at this moment, Mike. So this isn't just one-sided. I want to know like what were you thinking after Saturday? Because I'm like, well, I got a lot of work to do. Like this is gonna be a fucking uphill battle.
I was thankful. Okay. I mean, if you were probably watching the group chat, when I realized that there was the opportunity for overtime, like way before the Bengals even scored, I was like, oh my God, the best case scenario here is fucking overtime. Because Joe Burrow is just fucking dealing right now. And if he gets the ball, like, oh my God, I could get a free touchdown in the championship. And that's exactly what happened. Even though they fucking punted like 2 or 3 times, like Jesus Christ, or plus a missed field goal. But yeah, you were talking about like walking counterclockwise is like a superstition, and I've talked in the past on here about like my dad's past superstition of like washing the car at halftime, which by the way, I did that again when we played the Ravens week 2 and we fucking won that game. We had no reason to. Um like I was
Well, at the
literally
time,
kind
you
of
did have reason to. You wanted to make the
yeah, week
playoffs.
2. Absolutely, absolutely. But in hindsight, right? I meant like looking at the Ravens now and the Raiders, it's like how the hell did that happen, right?
Yeah.
Other than Mike in San Leandro washing his car, at fucking 1 o'clock. But I was kind of cracking a joke to myself, like I think I need to go wash my car, at some point Sunday, but I didn't because it was like raining. Which Sunday morning is a whole other story. Before the
Yeah.
games even started, that's a
Yeah.
we'll get
We'll
to
get
that.
to
We'll
that.
get there. Yeah. But um point being, yeah, I was feeling good after Saturday in the sense of like, all right, my players, Joe Burrow covered. Like I wasn't feeling good about Charbonnet. Obviously, your kicker scored 0, and at that time, like coming out of that Christmas game, because your kicker scored 0, we were projected to practically tie. So I was like, all right, um, me being a little like not confident, and just, like your team is very high scoring, which mine was too. But I was like, based off the projections, which really don't matter, the playing field has been leveled, you know. And then Charbonnet went the next day and scored 9, and I was like, fuck, he was projected like 13. I was like, all I needed was a fucking touchdown. Like, god damn it. And then the Bengals game happened, and that was when it was like, okay, like somebody went nuclear. Joe Burrow, But early in that game, like the first half was not high scoring, and Jamar Chase dropped that touchdown. And I'm just like, dude, like Josh hasn't scored any. Like up until that point, like you said, you hadn't scored points, and I was like, if I don't have somebody go crazy, somebody on Josh's team will. Which, if you're looking at the screen, multiple guys did on your team. So Joe Burrow getting the 40 points, I was like, okay, good. And then, the superstition that I had Saturday was I'm not looking at Sleeper until the games are over. So the entire Bengals game, I was watching the game. I didn't look at Sleeper once. I didn't want to know how many points he had. Nothing. Like I didn't know he had 42 points until the game was over, right? And Jamar Chase, the entire time, like I was watching the game, but I was like, if I look at the score, something bad's gonna happen on Sleeper. I'm just gonna try to guess how much he has. And really, they weren't mentioning how many stats he had. Like I just thought, like, all right, he has like 6 catches for 70 yards until that like 30-yard reception late in the game.
Yeah.
I was like, he's not doing good, And then he got that, and then like late fourth, if not overtime, he got a couple more catches, and it was like, all right, he's probably good now. But it was Burrow getting all the touchdowns in the overtime to T. Higgins. I was just like, okay, we're good here, And then Kyron got just what he needed to get, He was projected like 16, so still Charbonnet, Kyron, Chase, they all went under their projection by like 3 or 4, but Burrow covered them. So I was like, we're good. Now what I need going into Sunday is Jonathan Taylor versus the Giants. And my defense
Wait.
and my kicker.
Stat correction. They fucking forgot to give me a 100-yard touchdown.
From
I
who?
won.
Oh yeah. No, I was okay. I was doing the math when Gibbs got that touchdown at the end. I was like, or not at the end, but like with 4 minutes left in the game, whatever it was, I was like, if Gibbs got a 99-yard receiving touchdown, that would be so 99 yards. That's 9.9 plus 6 is 15.9 plus 0.5 for the reception would be.
It wasn't enough.
It would still be like 0.5 or a whole point less. I was like
I would
when he got
have
that
gotten
touchdown, I was
Monday
like,
Night Mic'd.
yeah. So here's another thing, like kind of skipping ahead here. I don't know if you noticed, like while you were talking, I like kind of had a realization in my head, or like I was curious about something. I was like, oh shit, actually, let me see. Just to give more context, for the waivers, I still had $4 of fab left. You had 0. So I was like, I know the one thing that Josh needs, potentially 2 things that you needed this week to change. Your starting roster was all set except for your defense and maybe your kicker. You kept your kicker, but I knew you were changing your defense because you had the Broncos versus the Bengals, right? Last week. So I knew you were going for somebody. Again, the top waiver ad was the Colts. And for some reason, I was just like, if he's going for the Colts, he can have him. I didn't go for the Colts. I already had the Eagles.
You went for
I already had the
Cowboys and the Raiders.
Cowboys and Raiders, yes. No, Cowboys was after after the waivers though. Did I go for somebody else?
You went for the Raiders.
Oh, okay. I needed a tight end.
And then Lions.
I needed a tight end, and I didn't. Yes, and I already told you that I was going to pick up the Lions, so I kind of did a little fake out there. But I needed a tight end. I knew I wasn't going to start the guys that I had. I wanted to pick up McMillan because he's hot for the Buccaneers, and I thought if Josh needs to switch receivers, I don't want a guy going in and hurting me. So I picked up McMillan, because he was the one good receiver on waivers. And then I picked up the 2 defenses, Raiders, and who was the other one?
The Lions.
Okay, sorry. I picked up the kicker for the Vikings on Fab because I thought he has the best, he's the best guy. And in hindsight, I shouldn't have done that. Anyways, but I tried to. My main thought was I don't want to see Josh pick up the Raiders and beat me with them because the Saints, that's a good matchup, right? And I mean, the Raiders did score 14 points on fantasy. They were a good option. The thing that I just was freaking out and was like, let me see this. At the end, Sunday morning, 9:30 in the morning, I made the decision between the Eagles and the Lions. I already had cut the Dallas Cowboys defense. I wasn't going to go with them. I just picked them up because I thought I don't want Josh to change his mind and pick up the Cowboys defense when they're not facing Jalen Hurts, and it works out for them, right? They ended up with negative 2.5, so they would have actually been worse. But yeah, believe it or not. But Sunday morning, I didn't want to pick I wasn't going to do the Raiders. I just thought there's too many variables here. Max Crosby's not playing. Who the fuck knows? The Saints might actually have a good game with my luck. I don't want it. Whether it was you starting them or me, I was not going to let the Raiders fuck me, So it came down to the Eagles and the Lions. Point being here, and then we'll get back to Sunday. Had I chose the Lions defense, who scored 5 points, I just did the math, my final score would have been 146.58. That would have been nuts.
I would have gotten Monday Night Mike with those two. I would have hated Brock Purdy for the rest of my life.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I would have hated Brock Purdy for the rest of my damn life.
Oh, man. But also, the moment that Gibbs got that 30-yard touchdown, we would have both been sitting there like, how many fucking points is that? Oh, my God. And then you'd see that you're at 145.18. You'd been like, did I just lose by 1 point? Oh, that would have been insane.
And then I can't get past all the goal line carries that the backup running backs
I did notice
the
that
Lions
early in the game too.
Yeah.
I mean, again, they didn't need this game. So if I were Dan Campbell, I would have ran the backup running back more myself. I think most people probably would, but again, it's Dan Campbell, But
Dan Campbell had that Green Goblin mask. It was like, this game doesn't matter, but you put them in the damn game. You coward.
So, okay, how about Sunday morning? I'm up by 80. You haven't scored points. What happened Sunday morning, Josh?
Okay, so Saturday night, I'm like, I'm in – sometimes, man, all right, especially this season. So I just kind of I get really in the zone fantasy-wise. And I kind of – the way I can describe it is like paralysis when I'm watching because I just get so tense. Like I can't do anything else but like just obsess and refresh fantasy and just think about everything. I'm sitting thinking about, man, like what move I'm gonna make, who I'm gonna start, all this kind of stuff. Like it's borderline mental illness, like I shouldn't take it that seriously, but I don't know, like I'm a natural competitor. Like I get very competitive over it. Like you saw the trophy earlier, in this topic. Like I've won 4 out of, I mean, there's 8
9.
championships on there, but now 4 out of 9. I could have had 5 out of 9.
You could have had over 50%. Yeah.
I could have had more than half, but Mike wanted to just embarrass me. No, but really I embarrassed myself because Mike, I had you. I just had to start the Seahawks defense. I like, man.
Okay. That's the craziest thing about the waivers. That's the craziest thing. Okay, and I told you this earlier. Had I picked up the Colts like everybody was saying that I should have, like had I just listened to it of like, of all these matchups, who should Josh not be allowed to face against me? It probably would have been, I'm not going to let him have the Raiders versus the Saints, and I'm not going to let him have the Colts versus the Giants. And I would have put the $1 favor waiver claim on the Colts instead of the kicker, right? Or instead of McMillan, one of those. And then I would have still picked up the Lions afterwards, and it would have been like I had already with the Cowboys, 4 defenses to choose from. Because that was the one decision I was making. And then you wouldn't have gotten, like I said, the Colts. And because Jalen Hurts was out, or was eventually announced as out, I told you this earlier, I probably would have started the Colts defense, which would have put me at a negative 22.5 point difference. And I don't care whose defense you start, you would have beat me.
Yeah.
Because like I didn't beat you by 20. So I went from 20.5 with the Eagles to -2 with the Colts. I lost that one decision.
Yeah. So thanks a lot, Mike. This is your fault.
Mm-hmm.
No, but all right. I just thought of like a rule change proposal for next year.
Yeah.
So, all right. It seems like everybody in our league really does like the consolation brackets. And they were like a little disappointed that like it didn't matter, because we voted, everybody voted to get rid of the consolation bracket. There was just nothing on Sleeper that I could have done to like not show it.
Yeah.
Right. And like I said, I'm going to go in and like fix it so that way it's like regular season wins or whatever.
Right.
But so my I guess rule change proposal is, what if we don't lock eliminated teams? But obviously if they drop somebody that's like really good on their team, we're just going to force them back on their team.
Yep.
They can make moves, but every single team that's eliminated is stripped of their fab. And then everybody who's still in the playoffs, they get to keep their fab, and it's increased by 25 or whatever number that we all agree on. So
no, I like all of that up until that. I think stripping them of their fab is way better than locking them out. I agree.
Well,
and also like
stripping them of their fab, but there's got to be something to where the teams that are still in the playoffs are still, they have priority over the teams that are not in the playoffs. You know what I mean? So
I see. Right.
So I mean, for example, you were the only person left with fab. Yep. Which, good on you. Throughout the entire season, you saved more fab than everybody else who was left. Everybody was irresponsible, which is why I'm like,
the regular season.
I mean, even if it's just like bumping up everybody's fab by $5 instead of 25, like that way it's like, all right, you can use 5 $1 claims. You can do 1 $5 claim just for the entirety of the playoffs.
Yep.
Like,
I like $5. I like that.
Yeah, I like $5 to $10. 25 is a lot, but it's like, all right, how are you going to manage it through these 3 rounds of playoffs?
Yeah. Yeah, I think $5 is good because all you would need to do is put $1 bids and you would beat out the non-playoff teams. But if you give them $10, like if like let's just say, you know, like it was this year, only I had Fab, and then the other 4 to 5 teams didn't have Fab. Then suddenly now they do. I still have more than them, but I might try to be wise with my Fab, whereas everybody else might want to go all in on one player. Where if it were the way that it was, I would have got them on a $1 bid because I was wise,
Yeah.
going into the play. Like that's the one difference of like why I'm still a little against it. Whereas $5, at least it's like I still have way more than them, so I could put a $6 bid if I really want the player, and I'll still have Fab left over. But if everybody has 10, it's like I don't know what to bid. You know?
I feel like it should be, I mean, still, it's not setting every playoff team at 5. It's
Mm.
it's whatever number we agree on, which I think should be more than 5 because there's 3 rounds of playoffs.
Yeah.
There's 3 rounds of playoffs, and we need to like give everyone a budget that's above uh you know the eliminated teams.
Yeah. It's tough. I just think the
Like
whole
maybe
point of Fab.
$10.
I don't know. I think I wouldn't want it above 5. That might
Mm,
be in large part because of my experience, the way that it went for me, of like that's the way it should be done. You know, that's how it should be done for the playoffs. And if somebody else, which it could have been you, could have had more than me, that could have worked out in your favor, right? But if we suddenly change it to where, oh well, everybody's going to get Fab that's in the playoffs, like the playing field is just as even as it was in theory, but the more Fab that people have, suddenly the higher bids that they can make on a big time player, that if they didn't have Fab to begin with in the playoffs, that should hinder them. It's still a strategy of like, well, if the guy who has the most Fab just puts more than what everybody else has, he'll get them. Yeah, but that ability to just spend $1 because nobody else has Fab is huge, you know, and that's
mm.
he kind of earned that, right? I don't know.
So I mean, I guess we could keep teams, locked out. And what we could do instead is, all right, teams are you can set your lineup, but you can't pick anyone up during waivers. We unlock the teams after waivers run,
Yeah.
on the next day, and it's all right, whatever's left, you guys can pick them up, and then we have the consolation bracket like, you know, matter again.
Mm. Yeah, no, I like that, or just the stripping them of their Fab.
Yeah, but if we strip them of their fab and then there's teams in the playoffs that don't have fab,
Right. It's no different.
like Hutch,
Yeah.
Alex, and I all didn't have fab, and then
Yep.
like I could have been outbid by anybody, or they could have been, Hutch or
The
Alex could have been outbid by anybody who just didn't have fab.
if they had a higher,
Higher
because there is
waiver
a priority after the Fab. So yes. Uh yeah. I mean there's
for
a
games
part of
that
me
don't
that
necessarily matter.
yeah. There's a part of me that's kind of intrigued with because of Sleeper, the way that it went, the fact that they no matter what, you're gonna have a bracket for the non-playoff teams. That kind of makes me want to have them actually play the games and have it matter to them, and then
Yeah.
that determines that determines last place and whatnot. Especially if we plan on integrating a last place punishment, like it would be kind of fun slash funny if that non playoff tournament is specifically to not get last place.
Yep.
That's funny.
Mhm.
And then their waivers matter and stuff, and then in that case, just stripping them of the Fab that they have like that would work for me. Yeah, they might
Mhm.
have priority over the guys in the playoffs, and that's where I like the $5, just so that you can, hey, you didn't have Fab to begin with, but now at least you can put $1 down on somebody you really need and hope that it works for you, or you put all five.
Yeah.
But the guys that came into the playoffs with more Fab, they still have the advantage because they should.
Mhm.
Anyways, Sunday.
Okay. So Saturday night, I set my alarm. I'm like, tomorrow's going to be a big day. I just want to watch football. I didn't even know what the plan was. With Pia, like, my plan was I'm just going to watch football, and whatever happens, right? I'm just going to be tense all day, like paralyzed on the couch. and and so I set my alarm, and then I set it. Do you remember the song that I did, like the walk in? Like, do you remember the song I did the walk in with? I
It was
set that.
Eminem.
Yeah, it was "Evil" by Eminem, because like it starts off with "Woke up with an attitude today, not in the mood to play." So like,
Oh,
I wanted to wake up to that, right? What I woke up to instead was a police siren,
yep.
and like it just like wasn't going away, and
Did
it
you
turns out
eventually?
somebody reported a homicide. Mike had killed me. No, I'm just kidding. No, there was no homicide. Police siren is going, and I hear like a PA system,
Yep.
and I'm like, oh man, one of the neighbors got into trouble. Somebody, like, because
Somebody
this has
is at
happened.
gunpoint right now.
Yeah, this has happened before,
Yeah.
and like, I didn't know what was happening, and so I'm like, yeah, I ask Alexa like what time it is, and it was like 6 a.m., and I was like,
Oh wow.
oh, yeah, I have time to sleep, or it
Mhm.
might have been like it honestly, it might have even been like 5:38, or like something like really early in the morning.
That
It was like,
checks out. Yeah.
yeah, like along somewhere in between that time.
I want to give
And
my
then
side of this too. Keep
and
going.
then it was like, my windows were all fogged up because it's like really cold outside, and like it's like really cloudy. Um and then I was like, in my head, I set my alarm extra early just to give myself time to think about who I was going to start if Malik Neighbors or Devonte Adams didn't play, because they were both questionable, and there was like, there was optimism for Devonte, but Neighbors was a game time decision. But I'm like, if they're both playing, I'm playing both of them,
Yeah.
right? And so I'm like, you know what? It's 6 a.m. I got to check to see if there's any update on Malik Neighbors. So I checked my phone, and, I think there might have already been, he might have already like walked into the Giants building, and I just see him like walking, or something, or that might have been later. That might have been like
Mhm.
when I double checked. But then I checked the fantasy chat, and then I noticed you guys are like something. I'm like half asleep. Let me go back.
Yeah.
Let me check
Tyler and
the
I.
group chat. It was you and Tyler. And then I think like Tyler said something along the lines of Lorenzo, Josh, Hutch,
Yeah.
like uh and I think you had
Mhm.
mentioned, you said are there, do you guys hear police sirens or cop sirens? Hold
Yeah.
on. I got to get this right, because
Yeah.
like I was just like, what the hell is going on? And let's see. Bear with me, everybody. I don't know why it's lagging a little bit.
How about, okay, while you're looking for it, I'll explain my perspective up to this point. Okay.
Yeah.
Which at the end of it, I guess I'll spoil what is happening in this to,
I found it,
Stop
by
the
the way.
suspense. Okay. So I planned on going to bed around 3 a.m. because, hey, I'm on break. I put some PTO in. I got a good week and a half off work, right? I'm feeling great. And I've been staying up late playing Rocket League with this guy here and, whatever, just watching movies, chilling. And I'm up till 3 a.m. and I'm like, all right, it's time for bed. And I'm texting somebody. And all of a sudden, I realize it's 5 a.m. And I'm like, what have I done? Like, I set an alarm for 9:30, because 10 a.m. games. I'm like, I need to be up, aware, and make sure nothing insane has happened to my fantasy team before 10 a.m. before certain guys play. So it's 5:30. I'm like, dude, go the fuck to sleep. And around 5 to 5:30, somewhere in that time frame, I start hearing a siren, a police siren, which I thought it was an ambulance because it's that siren where it's like really bassy. It's like, boom, 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 like you could feel it,
It was
if that makes sense.
like not to like go on or not that I'm a police siren expert. It was like woo, like I don't know, like
Yeah, yeah.
it
It was
was like
that, and then also another one's like faster. Was like whoa, 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 like, but you could feel it. It's weird. It's got bass to
yeah.
it. But I kept hearing. I heard it for a couple minutes, and I'm like, damn, somebody's getting chased. Like either it's an ambulance or somebody is in a chase right now, like down Wicks.
It
Because
sounded
from
like this a little bit because Mike took a video.
yeah. Oh, that is a crazy one. So yeah, because of where my window is positioned, I thought that the sirens were coming from northwest, but in actuality, because that's where my windows are, is northwest, but actually they were coming from the opposite direction, southeast. I didn't know that. So again, I thought something was happening on Wicks, right? We live in what is called the Washington Manor area, okay, in San Leandro. And I'm trying to sleep. I'm finally trying to sleep. It's almost 6 a.m. And up until this point, I keep hearing sirens. I'm like, I don't know what's going on, but who cares? It sounds like it's faint. It's far away. Nothing doesn't have to do with me. But I did keep hearing somebody on what sounded like a PA system. It was a UFO. Hey, man, you're about to find out.
Yeah.
I kept hearing somebody on a PA system, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. I had my windows open. I went up to the window. I was like, what the fuck are they saying? Like, is that the
Yeah, I couldn't
cops?
understand it either.
Yeah, it was too far away. I was like, what is happening? And then finally, because I was tired, I was like, somebody's just watching a movie. One of my neighbors was watching a movie hella loud. I'm going to bed because they kept saying the same thing. I could tell they're saying the same thing, but I couldn't make out the words. I'm telling you, I'm laying on my side. My eyes are closed. I'm starting to dream. Right when you are just about to fall asleep and you start the dream, I'm there. And all of a sudden, I hear the siren get louder and I hear, there is a gas leak. We are evacuating the area. And I do the Squidward meme, just like, what the fuck? I jump up, I get my sister. We're getting the animals. We're getting the fuck out of here because if anybody in the California area has heard of San Bruno, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Right? That was the first thought. So continue with you now. So I'm texting in the group chat immediately. Like I hear that, I get my sister, we get the animals. I text the group chat. What the fuck? Like, are we evacuating? Like, seriously? Go ahead.
Okay. So Mike says, anybody else hearing those cops? And then Mike said, this was at 6:35 a.m. Mike texted that. He said, there's a major gas leak by my house, apparently. Cops are evacuating the area. And then Tyler, I guess, was awake at the same time. And he says, when you say in your area, like our streets, just woke up but haven't heard anything. And then, Mike is kind of describing the area. Mike said, I started hearing them maybe an hour ago, thought it was a police chase, but I just made out they were saying to evacuate the area. Maybe it's just localized somewhere nearby. I don't know. And then, so yeah, we're like, Tyler and Mike are going back and forth in the group chat, and Mike said, "Oh, what the fuck? They're definitely evacuating. Major gas leak." Tyler said, "Yup, we leaving. Crazy. You can smell it low key." And then so Mike asked, "Who else lives nearby?" And then Tyler said, "Jordan, Hutch, Josh, Lorenzo, technically." And Tyler said, "Holy fuck, reeks of gas. Over by Greenhouse,
Yeah.
right, which is the shopping area." And then you talked to a cop?
Yeah, so that cop in the video that I sent you, that you played, I think,
Yeah.
he stopped because like me and my neighbor waved him down, and another neighbor went over and talked to him, and we were just asking like, "What's going on? Like, are we like we're for sure leaving? Like, where is it?" And he's just like, "Yeah, all we know is that it's a leak in the canal, and this entire area is getting evacuated, for precautionary reasons, and for where I'm living right now is not the house that I used to live at, so." I asked him, well, what about on the other side of this street called Llewellyn? The other side of Llewellyn is where you live and Tyler lives, and where my other house, or my previous house it was.
Mm.
And he was like, yep, everybody over there, like everybody west of Washington is getting evacuated, Washington Street Boulevard. I was like, shit, okay. So then I'm like telling more people, like, yeah, we got to go. Like, but that's all I knew. And then Tyler looked up the canal thing.
Yeah. So that about the canal, but like in terms of just like a gas leak, they were not descriptive of what it meant. Greg says methane gas is not good. Yeah. No. I like kind of I texted at 7-Eleven. This was when I finally like first spawned into this group chat conversation. And I'm like, wait. Like I just said, wait.
Yes.
As if you guys like were gonna wait. But Tyler's like, my parents were tweaking. I'm like, bruh, if I die because I gotta go grab some shit, well, so be it, LOL. Oh, because I guess Tyler's parents were trying to rush to leave.
Right.
And I just asked, we have to leave?
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, how, I'm half asleep. I had just woke up. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
Like, what? What do you mean we have to, like, what? And then, so I'm trying to figure out what's going on. And, Tyler doesn't know if it means my area. And I'm like, and then Mike said, you might be good, Josh. And then, so during this fantasy championship, Mike and I were like, we were trying to reverse jinx each other.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, like, why it became a thing. I think
years in the making of like you, like I like say I do really good on Monday Night Football. You do really good when you tell somebody, yeah, man, I'm not winning this one. Or like,
no.
I don't feel good about this. Like, you're going to probably beat me. And then you end up winning.
Yeah.
Like, every time you do that.
So we have Monday Night Mike and
super
like,
nice
take
guy,
it easy on me, Josh.
Yes.
But Mike said, I'm gonna send you that 375 before I die.
Yeah.
Trying to reverse jinx me one more time before we die.
First place. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mentioned I got woken up by the cops. I said, the cops woke me up. And then Tyler said, yeah, you should probably leave. And I'm like, where do I find the evacuation area? And then this thought came in my head. And I went, I swear to God, if you guys are pranking me on Championship Sunday, because I'm half asleep and I'm being woken up like before my alarm. Like, I'm like, all right, dude, just like, I take fantasy football seriously, but like, this is going a little too far, guys.
Yeah. No, like, I know that you have like your your tendencies and your superstitions. You know, like you
Yeah.
you want to be there watching the games on Sunday, and it's like, let's just say I woke up and it's like a terrible crime that's occurred right in between our houses, right? And I'm like, damn. And maybe for some reason I know what's going on. And I just text Tyler, hey, do you hear those sirens? He's like, yeah, man, what's going on? Let's fuck with Josh. Oh, that'd be crazy. Yeah, Josh, we gotta evacuate. Let's get the hell out of here.
Dude. So like like this entire thing is surreal because this has never happened before. In
Oh,
elementary school,
absolutely.
I've always like we did the drills where the shelter in place, like, oh, if there's a toxic gas in the air, something like that, you shelter in place. This, all right, there's a gas that's leaking. All right, we gotta get out of here. Like, they're not even saying, oh, it's at this could be a risk to explode, or this is harmful for your, to breathe in. Like, they're not saying
Right.
wear a mask or anything. Like, so I'm just assuming, yeah, this thing could blow up,
That was
and
my
they're
immediate assumption.
evacuating all the neighborhoods with the pipes that are attached to, wherever the spill is, which is
Yeah.
so weird because they just said that a civilian was the one who like reported it.
I'm
Who
assuming
the
they just smelt it first.
Okay. All right, that makes more sense. But
Yeah.
I was just literally thinking, who the fuck at 5 a.m. in the morning is like, well, let me go check on the pipes.
Yeah.
Like just
Yeah.
loitering at 5 a.m. And it's like, hey, this thing has a hole in it. And
Yeah.
then I'm gonna call 911. Hey, somebody should check that.
Yeah.
So yeah, it had to be the smell. But
Yeah.
like, all right. So I'm like, oh my god, if we're evacuating, like this shit's crazy. Like, I gotta get things rolling because I live at home, with my grandfather. I take care of my grandfather full time, and so it's not just as simple as walking out of the door with my keys, my wallet, my phone. We
Right.
gotta like set him up to put him in the wheelchair, and then
Yeah.
like set everything up for the van to take him. And where are we gonna take him? Like I guess one of the evacuation areas was, like a community center nearby.
Yeah.
Like, all right, that thing's gonna be packed.
It was.
It
I
was
I
packed.
drove by it. I drove by it within 30 minutes of like them first telling us to evacuate. That parking lot was already packed.
Yeah. And then so I wake up my mom. And I'm like, Mom, sorry to wake you up, but there's police, and I'm texting my friends and they're saying that there's a gas leak and we have to evacuate. The news reported it was a mandatory evacuation. It wasn't like oh, we recommend to evacuate. It's like
Yeah.
everybody's got to evacuate. And then so, like, my mom also doesn't know what's going on. And so it's like, all right, we got we gotta check. We essentially got to get things rolling with my grandpa. And then so I call Pia just to let her know what's going on, because like I don't know if I'm gonna blow up to smithereens, like, just sort of uh you know calling her at 7 in the morning, like, or
Yeah.
she's assuming it's bad news,
Right.
and like probably more pertaining to my grandpa. And like I just tell her, like, you know, the police woke me up. We have to evacuate the area. Like there's a gas leak, and like we don't know where we're gonna go. And so yeah, like that was scary. And
Yeah.
I'm just like, of all things, I did not need this on Championship Sunday, you
Yeah.
know?
Right.
And then like
Oh,
there was
well, that was the other thing, was like, how long is this gonna take? Like, how long are we not gonna be able to go home? And then, God forbid, if something were to blow up, like, dude, it would have been bad. Oh my,
dude, yeah, so long story short, we try to wake up my brother, and Joey's like knocked out, right? Like I knock on his door and he's like, huh? And I'm like, hey Joey, there's a gas leak. We have to evacuate. The police are evacuating people. And then he was just like, okay. And then knocked back out, went back to sleep.
Yeah.
And then like, we turn on the news in the living room. We're like watching the news and like, just trying to get more information. And like, we're in the zone of like where, we're supposed to evacuate. And then so we get my grandpa, and then long story short, I call my aunt and uncle who live nearby, and I ask if they're in the evacuation zone. They said they're not. Like, he also thought there might have been bad news with my grandpa. He was relieved that, it was just we all might blow up and die. But yeah, so they said that we could go there. So yeah, we like kind of figured that out. But somewhere along the line, or somewhere along that time frame, I go outside because I see my neighbor from across the street, and he's just like looking around, and I'm like, I ask him, I'm like, hey John, what's going on, and he said the cops say that we have to evacuate. I'm not going anywhere. It's like yeah. So he and his mom were like, yeah, we're not going anywhere. If it's our time, we're going, we're going. And then so my mom tries to wake up my brother, and Joey is just like does not understand what we're saying, because then he texted in the group chat a couple hours later. He's like, yeah, my mom tried to tell me it was a flood or something. And it's like, no, dude, the way my mom worded it to me, my mom's like, Joey, they say that we have to go. And Joey's like, I love you, Mom. So what I ended up telling like my aunt and uncle, they're like, is Joey there? Is Joey at home? And I'm like, yeah, Joey stayed home to make sure the house didn't blow up.
Yeah.
So that was definitely something. And then so we spend a little bit of time at my aunt and uncle's house, and then literally they lift the evacuation period. Like, and the games were right about to start.
Yeah, it was like no later than 9:30.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, we're already here. The TV's on. I gotta watch the beginning of this game. We're not leaving right now.
Yeah.
So we ate breakfast at my aunt and uncle's house, and yeah, I guess everything was fine with the gas leak, but that was something. And like I told Mike, because Mike won his first championship was the Damar Hamlin Championship in 2022. Mike directly got impacted by that because we never got closure on whether or not he would have won, like actually won.
Yeah.
And so this happened on Championship Sunday. And I think Mike texted, yeah, every time what did you say? Every time I'm in the championship, somebody's got to die, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
well, then also fucking the president, Jimmy Carter, died.
Jimmy Carter did pass away, but yeah. So,
rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace, Jimmy Carter. But it was just, I think I said something along the lines of, Mike, there's other ways to win championships besides summoning God.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, it was the perfect. Yeah, I would say Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, Jimmy Carter, or I guess you can say me, because my team name is the death of. That's my old team picture, but my fantasy team name has always been Juggernaut, and there was one year where I switched it, and then I had like the biggest karma in the playoffs, and so this year I started off 1-3, so I should really be proud of how far my team came, given how poorly I started, because I didn't lose a single game the rest of the year until today, until this week. So I was just the death, the death of Juggernaut, sort of themed with the death of Slim Shady, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that it was me who died. It was my funeral. This was all leading up to this. But yeah, like and then I think Tyler tried to pin it on me. He's like, "This is part of Josh's antics, Mike."
Yeah. Oh man.
But yeah, do you have anything else that you want to say about that? The
Gas leak.
evacuation or whatever.
Um. No, it was just one thing was like you said about like kind of like Tyler, trying like, whoa, chill. Like if I die trying to grab stuff, so be it, man. Like my sister got the dog, went in the car, and I just told her like, yeah, let's just go to the. Actually, she went to my dad's first, and they were in the evacuation area. So, and then after that, I called her. I was like, I'm going to the marina. I'm just gonna park there, because it wasn't in the zone. And I had the cat in like this cat carrier thing in my car, and then I was like, oh, I'm gonna pack a bag. I have to pack a bag. Like I was already thinking like I might just go to my mom's up in Sac, I don't care. I'm gonna pack a bag, but I was like packing the fastest bag of my life. I'm like, I I would well, I wouldn't feel anything, but if I died because I went back to pack a fucking bag, I'd feel like an idiot. Or again, I wouldn't feel anything, but that would be stupid. The point was, they tell you to evacuate. Like it just like it had this weird karma feeling of like I'm not even gonna lie to you, dude. The first thing I thought of, what do you think the first thing I thought of was?
The PS5.
The fucking PS5 and my TV. I'm like, dude, if this fucking place blows up, I'm like, dude, I'll be so mad. So I went back, packed my bag just of clothes, like just necessities. But I kept looking at the PS5, like, do I pack it? I'm like, no, that's bad karma, dude. Don't do it. Like, don't do it. And I just got the fuck out of there. I was like, I can't. For one thing, I can't die doing that. But two, like, if I do that, I'll feel like a dipshit. Like, and I'll feel like some sort of bad karma will come. Like you were testing God. Don't do that. So I was like, no, I'm just gonna necessities and get the hell out of here. And then, sure enough, 9:30, they lifted it, got back, and because I pulled a fucking all nighter. When I got back, I just put the Eagles and Cowboys game on, started eating cereal immediately. Like play number 3, pick 6. I started the Eagles. I was like, and then I went to
Dude,
bed.
yeah, like your projections skyrocketed, and I went, "What the fuck happened?" And I'm like, "Oh my god, Mike started the right defense." Like, I was just,
Yeah.
oh man. So it got to a point. Also, just to give further clarification to everybody, it's not just a standard PS5. Like Mike's not playing with his life. It's like a limited edition, like
Yeah.
30th anniversary. Like that's only goes back in stock whenever they feel like it. So it's not like Mike was over here playing with his life over a standard one, you know.
Right.
But so then the games start and Malik Neighbors gets a touchdown. He gets the first touchdown of the game, and I'm like, you know what? I have the Colts defense. I don't even care. I'm like, Malik Neighbors is doing his job. I'm like, thank you, Malik, because I was worried that he was just gonna like be so inefficient. And Malik Neighbors, salute to you. It was a pleasure to have you this year. You were the general of my team. We just couldn't get it done. I failed you. I failed every single one of you. Jaden Daniels, I failed you. Bijan, I failed you. Josh Jacobs, I failed you. Malik Neighbors, I failed you. Devontae Adams, I failed you. Brock Bowers, I failed you. Jameer Gibbs, I failed you. Even Fairbairn. Fairbairn, you've been so good to me all year. It's not your fault that D'Amico Ryans. And then Colts, I failed myself because of you. I failed. This is the Colts' fault. I'm not one to point fingers in the locker room. This should be handled behind closed doors. But Colts, you are the reason why we're not celebrating. You are the reason why I have to get rid of this beautiful trophy for at least a year.
Oh man.
God. God. You know how happy I would be with number 5 right now?
I would
Oh my
imagine.
God. I'd be kicking my feet up,
Yeah.
oh man, oh happy days. I've been extremely stressed out. It's exactly like it would have been what the doctor ordered, but no, it's not. So at some point during all right,
Sunday.
so the I was watching the 10 a.m. games and I'm over here losing hope. And I'm just like, well, things aren't going my way. I literally looked so miserable on the couch that my aunt came over and put a blanket over me. Like I was like curled up on the couch, dude. And, like just watching
Oh.
the games in the living room.
Yeah.
And then so I went to go take a shower and then after I took a shower at some point Pia came over and then so I started watching the Packers game and then I was like I can't
Oh,
watch any more of this.
Josh Jacobs immediately fumbles.
Yeah, well, okay, it wasn't even just that, but then like I just knew the type of game it had become and
Yeah.
and then it was already a bad matchup for Jacobs. I'm like I was just, I had given up.
Mm.
I'd given up. Like I'm not winning the championship this year. Like my freaking projections. Jonathan Taylor fucking had so many points. Like once Taylor had it like his last touchdown, I was
Yeah.
like it's just not happening.
I think at that point I was probably projected around 150, and you were probably projected around like 120 ish, 115.
Yeah. And I just
So
could not separate the fact that man, if I was 20 points closer, and then I think I told you like when we played Rocket League, when we played Rocket League together, I was like, all I can hope for is that my team puts me within 20 with Gibbs,
yeah,
for
yeah,
Gibbs on Monday night.
yeah.
I made the wrong decision on defense, but I know fantasy so well. I know fantasy so well that like and not to just toot my own horn, but I knew that if they would have put me within 20 with Gibbs, it's money in the bank. I would feel good about that because Gibbs ended
And
up
it would
having
have.
24.30. And then, all right, like I said, I was watching the Lions game and I'm like, yeah, the Lions were milking the clock, and I was like, man, even if I would have started the right defense, my kicker fucked me,
Mm.
you know, and then Gibbs gets the 30-yard touchdown, and I'm like happy because I'm like, all right, well, there's still a slight, like a slight chance, and I'm like, I know it's not gonna happen, but then I think I told Mike or I told the group chat, I'm like, the only thing I'm hoping for is I either hope that somehow I win or I hope I lose by more than 30 because then I'll just keep thinking about, what if, like,
Right.
what would have been if I started the right defense.
Yeah. That Seahawks defense is just. Yeah. Well, okay, and that was the entire week leading up to Sunday. That kept being my thought. I considered the Ravens for like a split second. I was like, oh, I could go Ravens. Nah, they're playing on Wednesday. Fuck that. They score 16. I considered the Seahawks. They're playing on Thursday. Nah, fuck that. They scored 18. I was like, fuck. I could have had 18 points to start the week. Like, I feel fantastic. And then I had the Eagles with Jalen Hurts in doubt. Raiders, the fucking Raiders. I ended up picking the Lions, but they're playing the Niners, and I'm like, oh, I don't know. I didn't even know that the Lions had nothing to play for in that game. If I knew that, I wouldn't have picked up the Lions. But I just wanted that Monday Night Mike energy, just in case if I do play them, hopefully I'll hope for something good that can counter Jahmyr Gibbs, right? And then, of course, I had the Eagles. If I didn't already say that, I did say that. I picked up the Cowboys because Jalen Hurts wasn't going to play. But I also considered the Rams versus the Cardinals. Like I was looking at once waivers passed, and especially once the Seahawks game passed. Like Hutch had already picked up the Seahawks. I wasn't going to get them. But once that game passed and I saw 18, I was like, that's two defenses that scored north of 16 points. Like I'm going to lose my mind if my defense fucks me. And I looked at every available defense before I picked up the Cowboys. And I was like, who can I pick up that I can imagine playing good for me? And also, if Josh were to second guess Indianapolis, who do I not want him to get? And I came to the decision of Dallas, but the next closest was the Rams, and they scored 15. And then I saw that on Saturday. I'm like, oh my fucking God. Like, I just kept missing out on these great defenses. So then finally, I knew I wasn't going to start the Raiders. I felt pretty confident I wasn't starting the Dallas Cowboys. Came out of the Eagles and Detroit. And I was like, I'm just going to go with the one that I already been having for the past couple weeks for this week, for this matchup, and hope for the best. And then I saw a reassuring stat that like Cooper Rush is notoriously bad against the Eagles. And that's when I really made the decision of like, all right, I'm good with this. And yeah, he was notoriously bad against the Eagles.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, like I told you before the show, if there were ever an off season to catch me in a, yeah, you know what, we don't need defense and we don't need kicker.
Yeah, it's now.
This would be the off season to approach me, and then I'd be like, you know what, maybe you have a point. I still do like having kicker and a defense because it's like a complete kind of team. But I could now kind of get behind. I could get behind the idea a little bit now because this is literally every single time I've dismissed it. This is what I get.
Okay, scroll up to like Devontae Adams. And scroll down just a little bit more. So we can see like the top of Devontae. All right, like five catches, 47 yards, not special, 7.2. Never. All right, never mind. So like I was gonna say, like, what would you think of this? Just to kind of buff, or not buff, but like limit kickers more. Like, this is stupid. I already don't like it, but what would you think of just making every field goal worth the same amount? 3 points.
Just 3 points?
Yeah, because like 50-yarder obviously worth 5 points. You know? Actually, did my kicker have 2? No, he missed one. That's right, he missed the 57-yarder by like a yard. But you know, one kick and a kicker gets 5 points, like that's almost as much as Devontae scored alone, you know? Like, should a kicker who could any given week, like, yes, if you pick up a kicker on a good team, you're probably going to score some points, but you don't know if they're going to score any field goals or if the offense is just going to be super efficient. Like, any given week, the Lions kicker is the best kicker in fantasy. Any given week, the Lions don't kick a single field goal. They go for a bunch of fourth downs, and you have the worst kicker in fantasy. Like, it's just so volatile. It's like, is that, you know, it's just weird. It's weird. I don't know.
And I feel like kickers and defenses are the one position that like we always drop and like it's literally it's musical
streaming.
Chairs every week.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of streaming, which is it's fun. It's a cool. That's probably the best reason why to keep them. Honestly, is the streaming because it adds more like interest.
Yeah,
and, you know, a lot of changing. Wow, he was crazy good this year,
dude. I know.
That was like consistent double digits. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, 17,
Oswald
20.
Too.
1. Okay. 6, 16, 12, 12, 11, 9, 13, 10, 11, 13, 9, 7, 0.
Fucking 0. Yeah.
Against a green matchup.
Yep. Hey, mine was against a red matchup. The only reason I picked him up was because, all right, this should be a high-scoring game, and it's indoors.
Yeah. No, you made the right choice there. I liked my thing where it was, man, the Ravens and the Texans should score a lot of points, and it's going to be indoors.
And it's
like
literally like they should score a lot of points. Yeah.
It was the same thing. And then I told you I was expecting like 10, like 10 points out of Fairbairn.
Yep.
Like, because that's what he's done, a lot of double digits this year. So, and then your kicker goes and gets 11. Like, that's a swing right there of like 20 points potentially.
Yeah. Yep.
So, well, really a swing of 10
I mean,
points,
clearly,
but
the defense alone, the whole drama and the way that it ended up playing out for our two defenses, like that's the difference of our matchup. Literally those 20 points, is the difference. But, the kicker too, like the kicker and defense is what changed our matchup for sure.
yeah.
Really what was the deciding factor were the kicker and defense of our matchup. Because
I just
everybody
can't
else
get
on your
around
roster
that
was
in a
fine.
must-win game, the Colts gave up 40-something points to the Giants, who at times struggled to even score like a single touchdown, it felt like.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Even crazier is that
it's a double-edged sword because Neighbors had 2 touchdowns, but
yeah.
other people scored on the Giants, which is what really screwed me.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if I had just gone away from them, I should have known that the Giants were going to score 45. I should have thought about that. After throwing 2 pick sixes the week before.
And having not scored more than 14 in like 5 weeks.
Yeah. How did I
No,
not
again,
know?
all the writing on the wall was I should have picked up the Colts and I should have started them. Like up until Sunday. Like I was just regretting it. Like,
And
did
I
I
would have
just give
been
Josh? Yeah. Did I
I would
just
have
give
been
Josh the
terrified.
best possible defense? Yeah. Oh yeah.
I would have been absolutely terrified. But let's see Greg's comments before we actually let's finish up and then we'll get Greg's comments and we'll get out of here. But yeah, so I had already lost hope, and then I go into the Sunday night game. I'm not even watching, dude. I'm not even watching.
Oh,
I just know that Bijan was doing it. Like, all right, I started to do stuff. I went to Clancy's with Pia. I got like this massive double scoop of eggnog ice cream. It was so good. And yeah, so we're watching the game on my phone. I'm like kind of like in and out watching it like on my phone. But then like we just sit in the car, and then I put the game on my phone. Bijan is having a hell of a game, and Jaden Daniels is having a hell of a game, and so and then we go to GameStop over, not the GameStop at Bayfair, but the other one, because the GameStop at Bayfair I think is actually closed because somebody drove a car through it and like robbed it. Typical Bayfair stuff.
Yeah.
So we went to the other one. We went to GameStop and we went to Target, and then like I think we started watching like the end of the game on my phone once after we got out of Target, and we were just sitting in the car, and then Jaden Daniels gets me like a last no. I took Pia home, and then I'm watching the game at I forget if it was when I dropped her off or if it was like after I had already gone inside.
Yeah.
But Jaden Daniels threw another touchdown in overtime, and I was like, it was the best possible scenario for me because if the Falcons had gone back on the field, I wouldn't have the Jaden touchdown, and it would have opened the door for Drake London to get more points, which Drake London was not doing anything until late in the game.
Yeah, actually fourth quarter was really when he started turning up. Like he just slowly accumulated like 4 catches in the first 3 quarters, and then like his final 3 catches were just for like 20-yard gains each time. I was like, "Oh my god, thank you." But yes, I didn't think of that aspect. If the Falcons had gotten the ball back, yeah, chances are Drake London might get some points. But then again, like, all right, Washington got the ball to start. They went all the way down the field. Nice slow drive. Got you your Jaden Daniels touchdown. And honestly, because of the way that the Bengals game went, I was like, you know what? That's fair game. Like, I kind of deserve that. you know? I was watching the game, and I'm like, please don't send this to overtime. And then the Falcons kicker, was short however many yards for the game-winning field goal to end regulation. So they went to overtime. But what was killing me in that game was the first half. I'm not even joking. Bijan had like 19, if not 20 points of his 23 fantasy points in the first half. Like, I was sitting there like, oh my God, he might do it. I literally told you, like, you texted me like, yeah, man, congrats. like,
Dude,
before the Sunday night game,
but
you were out.
I was being genuine.
I know.
I was like,
I know.
I'm not winning. I'm done. I'm not watching. Like, I'll watch here and there. I'm not gonna fucking like sit here and like, yeah, I love the pain. Like,
yeah, no, yeah, but like I told you in response, I was like, well, first I said stop, just stop, because I'm not gonna go, showboating or fucking, whatever you call it, celebrating before it's over, because you still had fucking Bijan, your quarterback, Jaden Daniels, mobile quarterback at that, and Jahmyr Gibbs still to play, and possibly somebody else. I'm not sure. I think that's it though. But your main scoring assets, other than Jacobs, he would be the fourth guy, I'd say. But those three are like your most electric players. You still had them to go. And I was sitting there with a very comfortable lead, but I was like, dude, I wouldn't put it past these guys to fucking get it done. And like, now looking at it, it's like you were pretty upset, or whatever you want to call it, let down for Burrow scoring 42. I was like, dude, Jaden Daniels can do the same thing. He did.
I didn't think he was going to, though. Is the thing.
After the first half, he definitely, in the first half, he only had 10 points. Like 10 points.
All right. Like, high 30s and 40s, that's an outlier. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the past 5 weeks, that's what he's been doing, And the matchup was good against the Falcons, and the Falcons were leading. That was the thing. Coming out of halftime, like, he had like 10 fantasy points. I was like, all right, that's good. If the Falcons defense can just keep this up, we're good. But the game script is fucked for me, because Bijan is going to keep running the ball, and Jaden Daniels is going to keep passing the ball, because that's the game script. That the Falcons were up by like 2 scores at halftime, and Bijan already had 20 fantasy points. I was like, dude, this is not good.
Yeah. Oh man, but it was a close matchup. It really didn't feel close for the entirety of it, and like, all right, think about how dead I was if, all right, the Sunday night game, my players went off and you were worried about it, and it's like Chris Paul just hits a 3 to cut the lead to 42. Or to cut the deficit
putting
to
on
42.
a first down when they're down 63-14.
Dude, like, all right, these players went off, and then I literally, like, I was telling Pia, I was like, I hate it, because I was gonna text you, like, because I had accepted the fact that I had lost. I lost hope, and I was like, you know what? It just wasn't my year. And then I felt relieved. I felt so relieved. Like you mentioned in the group chat, like you're just happy it's over one way or another.
Yeah.
Like, I felt so relieved. I was like, wow, I finally don't have to stress about it.
Yeah.
And then these guys come in and give me hope, and I'm like, well, Gibbs could technically go nuclear, and it was the perfect game script for me. It was a shootout. That's exactly what I needed, right? Well, really, I needed the Lions to go up, but I was afraid that if they went up by enough, they would just pull their starters.
Yep.
which I shouldn't be afraid because it's the Lions, but yeah, I was literally what Jaden Daniels and Bijan did was just give me a little bit of glimmer of hope, and then I started to feel awful again.
Mm-hmm.
I started to feel horrible again. And then I watched the game today, and then I was like, well, I just need this. And I'm like, it's doable. Because a couple of weeks ago, Devontae Adams had like zero or like one catch in the first half and then finished the game with 38.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it could, but I'm not, I was not expecting to win. And yeah, man, it gave me hope again. And I'm just going to tell you, after the game, I could not help but hold back tears. Because it meant that much to me.
Yeah, man.
And it was like
championship loss.
Yeah, it's my first championship loss. It's my first time finishing in the top 3 that's not first. I was talking to this about Pia earlier too. I was talking about how, all right, our league is 9 years, we have 9 years in the book now. Of those 9 years, I've won the championship 4 times. That leaves 5 years, right? So 3 of those times, 3 of those remaining 5 years, I have been eliminated by you, motherfucker. You have stopped me from not having like 8 championships right now.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Or 7.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then obviously there was that one year that I didn't make the playoffs. And then what was it? Oh, the year where I had like the best team and it just imploded right as the playoffs started.
Yeah.
And I think I was eliminated by Jordan or somebody that year. So it wasn't you.
Yeah.
But just, if I'm not winning championships, I'm probably losing to Mike in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So that's why when Frank said Kyler kryptonite, it's because Mike is my kryptonite.
Yeah,
I have gotten the monkey off my back though once. I have beaten Mike in the playoffs once.
In a third place game?
No, you beat me in a third place game. I beat you the Ian Book
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yeah, 2021, and then I won the championship that year.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, that one hurt. And I almost came back, man. 2021. Wow, the Dolphins defense. That was the precipice of the beginning of my video that I made.
Yeah.
Well, I made it over the course of the past like 5 days, but if I had lost, dude, if I had lost, I would have sent it to you, but I would tell you like you can't share this with anybody else. Like you get to laugh at this because you won, But yeah, no, 2021 has always had an effect on me. Like, part of the reason is because you ended up winning the championship, but the following week, when I was in the third place game and you were in the championship, I scored the most points, and I lost to you by 2 points the week prior. I was like, if I had just done one little thing different, I would have won that championship, and we would both have 3 right now. In theory.
Yeah. But so this is what I didn't have a video, like a cool video like you made, but this, do you remember when I said I had a plan if I won the championship?
Yes, for like your logo or something.
Yeah, so this wasn't like the official background that I was going to go with, but this is what my team picture probably would have been. I would have gone in and finished this, But my entire thing was the death of Juggernaut, and then I showed you the Houdini video, and so
God.
it like falls in line with the theme of the album. It was my Halloween costume this year to be Rat Boy, but I I guess this I don't have to scrap this entirely. I can like just remove the trophy, and this could be the return of Juggernaut, you know?
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'll think about what I want to do next year. You know, I can assure you one thing though is after losing this championship, I will not be backing down. I will be trying even harder next year. You should have just let me win this year so I wouldn't win next year.
Yeah, that's totally how it would work.
Yeah, man. That way, I mean, the quickest way I'm gonna get to 5 is to just get beaten the championship and then become
Win the
hungry.
next 2 years after.
Oh, could you? Oh man, you would feel horrible.
If what?
No, you'd probably just be like, well, thank God that I beat him when I did, because
I'll always have it.
yeah.
I'll always have it.
Yeah. What's funny is when I was talking to Pia, she was like, I kind of think like it would be cool if just somebody new won next year. And I go, yeah, if I don't
Yeah.
win.
If I don't win, you?
Yeah. I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, I would want somebody new too if it's not me.
I was literally driving home tonight during the fourth quarter, and I was like, I'm pretty sure like the Gibbs can't do enough now at this point. It was after the touchdown. Like I had heard it on the radio. I was like, okay, I'm doing the math. I'm like 99-yard touchdown. He can't get it. Like it's over. And I was kind of like, internally celebrating like, fuck, oh my God, dude. Yes. And then I was just like, I hope somebody new fucking wins it next year, dude. Jesus Christ. If not, then it better be me.
Yeah, dude, for real. It's like, all right, here's my thing though. I have won it a lot, but I use this as justification for myself to not feel bad, you know? If I was to pull my punches, then they're not earning it.
Oh yeah.
You
Yeah.
know what I mean? If they're going to win, if they're going to beat me, they got to earn it.
I'm just hoping that like Hutch and Alex and maybe Enrique or Tyler or Lorenzo. Well, Lorenzo's already won it. So, or Joey, right? Somebody like 2 or 3 guys just pick the best possible teams in the draft and just don't trade. Like it's Hutch, Tyler, and Enrique the whole year. And it's just like there's no question you're not topping them. And and like we try our hardest, but we can't beat them. Like they're just too good. Like I'm hoping for that next year, honestly.
Honestly, next year I kind of want to try and build a team without making splash trades. Just after, like, I want to see what I can do without making that monumental like blockbuster, because I think like the way things went this year, I started to think like, what would the league look like without, without that?
Yeah. Well,
Because let's be honest, you got a lot of help this year from Jordan bailed you out. You had a huge dilemma having Tyreek Hill.
I had the dilemma, but I don't think Tua was hurt yet. It was just
Tua
that.
was hurt.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He did just get hurt, dude.
He had just had his concussion, and Jordan said, Tyreek Hill, sign me up.
Yeah. But granted, at that point, Chase was like averaging 8 or 7 points per week, weeks 1 and 2, So I offered Tyreek Hill, who was drafted higher, and Chase came off of, the contract dispute and sucking the first 2 weeks. I offered Tyreek Hill for Chase and Devin Singletary. And I just thought
What
it would be
week
like
did you make the trade?
week 3 or before week 3, after week 2.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, 9 points and 5 points. Like he was at his lowest, And I was like, I already have Burrow. Like this can't hurt me, you know. Um, and then yeah, I got him right when I could, basically. And Tyreek, I think week 1 or 2, he had a good game. And it's Tyreek. Like the past how many years, he's been Mr. Consistent, like the most consistent. So like to me, that trade made sense. I think in hindsight, the Jonathan Taylor trade is the one that really did it, you know.
Yeah.
But okay, so this was my thing. You talking about like, next year I kind of want to try to not do trades. Like I'm kind of in the same boat. I just did the Jamar trade because I was like, let me just see here. Like I saw a TikTok. I remember this. I saw a TikTok that was saying trade for Jamar Chase now while you still can. And I was like,
Yeah.
I have Burrow,
Everyone was
like
saying it.
I should try it. And I just figured because of the 2 injury, right now is the time that I'm actually willing to trade Tyreek. So it worked. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of it. I just wouldn't have thought of doing a trade that early in the season because I like the way that, okay, last year, I remember the past few years, double hero strategy works.
What's double hero strategy?
That's probably running back hero.
Hmm.
Like there's different strategies. So like hero running backs would be like just going first, second round running backs, and then everything else like after that, just no running backs. Which I think this year probably would have worked. It worked in my other league. I got Kyron and Jonathan Taylor to start the draft.
That's
I
what
got
I did.
Yeah, you
So
got Bijan and Jacobs. Yeah,
I
like
went
that would have
Bijan
been like
and Jacobs. Then I went Harrison, Neighbors, Waddle.
yeah, like had I not picked Tyreek Hill, I was going to pick Brees Hall where I was sitting. And I knew I was taking Kyron in the second round if I could, so I would have done that. But because I knew I was probably going to take Kyron or Jacobs in the second round, that's why I went Tyreek Hill because I wanted to kind of even that out. Anyways, but okay, my whole point to this, like to what you said of like, I want to kind of see how I can build my team without doing trades next year. I'm in the same boat. I made it a big emphasis not to be annoying about trades this year because the previous seasons, as far back as you can go, I'm annoying about trades, and you guys have like given me shit about it because I up until I think last year, I would offer players that I was about to cut, just trying to get something out of it, right? Try to trade 2 players to get one that's a little better, right? Obviously, it's a no brainer. If you ain't trying, you're not trying. So
Yeah.
I just want to make my team better, but it would like I would obsess over trade offers. That's what I would do. I would obsess over it. And I would even annoy myself like, God damn, like this shit's not even gonna happen. Like, why am I getting my hopes up? So then you guys gave me enough shit about it that I was like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm not gonna give them any reason to talk shit about my trade offers ever again. And I sent that Tyreek trade. He accepted it without even talking to me. And then, which in hindsight, bad trade for him, but still, it's Tyreek Hill. And then late in the season, the only reason I made the trades that I did was because I was like, I'm all in. Fuck my bench. I'm here to win a championship. So I'm going to get the best starters I can. And I had good bench players as trade offer chips. So I had Bucky Irving, I
Debo,
had Debo, um,
Devontae Smith, and
Devontae Smith,
Tyrone Tracy.
Tyron Tracy. Thank you.
I
And
can
yeah,
I can
and
name. I remember
yeah. So I
the fucking
doubled.
Elmo bombshells.
Yeah. Yeah. And so then I got Jonathan Taylor for Bucky Irving and the first receiver. And
Debo.
then Debo, thank you. And then Devontae Smith and
Horrible
Tyron
trade.
Tracy became Drake London. So
God, Lorenzo. God.
yeah. So but that was at the very end of the year when I was all in on my team. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done that earlier in the year.
At least Bucky was good, but Debo was.
if Jonathan Taylor wasn't so good in the playoffs, I would have regretted that trade because Buck
Mhm.
Irving was great. And his matchups looked great. Like I was like, I don't like trading him right now. Like I would be comfortable with keeping him and starting him moving forward. But I just wanted the star power.
Mhm. The reason why I am never gonna pull my punches, like, well, I won't say that I will never, but the reason why I don't pull my punches in fantasy is because, like, look at Hutch, man. Hutch went the distance with me. If Hutch would have won, you know how good he would have felt?
Oh yeah.
Like, even if he would have lost the championship this week, but Hutch can say that he took out he took out like one of the top dogs of our league.
He almost did. If he
Yeah.
started the right quarterback, he would have.
If he would have started any other quarterback on his team instead of Michael Penix Jr., who had never started an NFL game in his life. You know? Like, I don't know, man. It's just Hutch would have actually earned that. I would not have been upset with I would have been upset that I lost, but I would have been happy for Hutch. Like,
Yeah.
dude, good for you, man.
Yeah.
And then I would have like I even told you too, there's at least this part of me that like I don't feel as bad because I told you I wanted to face you week 16, not in the championship.
Mhm.
Uh but like I felt like week 16 was my best chance to beat you, which
It was.
I would have fell 2 points short of that feat, which
Yeah.
I at least I'm like, all right, I dodged a bullet there and I get another crack in the championship. And then in the championship, I think I said I'm just going to get blown out of the water, which it for the most part like it wasn't even like that far off, but I at least I can say, I had a chance to do it and I went with the wrong defense. So,
Yeah. And I remember probably in the wild card round when you were facing Jordan
wild
or
card, I faced Renee.
oh Renee, that's right. I think you asked me like, what are you hoping for? You know? And I was like, because of superstition and karma, I was like, I'm not really gonna I was like, if it's not me, I'm hoping for like Hutch or Alex because that'd
Hutch,
be
dude,
fun.
Hutch versus Alex, I would have preferred that championship,
Yeah.
honestly.
I mean, I'm trying to catch up to you, so I can't say that exactly, but if it had to be somebody other than me, I would have killed for Alex and Hutch because Alex has been in it like 2, 3 times and he's lost every time. That's not a dig or anything. Just it just hasn't worked out for him yet, but he's consistent. He's consistently good. And then Hutch is just like
Nah,
like
don't do that. Don't do that.
I fucking love Hutch, dude. So it just would have been cool. It would have been cool. But my response to you when you asked me that was I just hope I score the most points every week. And I did.
Yeah, man. But but like I said, I had to hold back tears, like once it was officially over because like I really did enjoy my team this year because like I couldn't think of three running backs in the entire league that I would have rather had. I had
Yeah.
Bijan was my guy. Gibbs is my guy.
And
Jacobs was my guy.
for the
You know,
viewers, let's talk about the trade that got you Jameer Gibbs. Because
okay.
obviously you
The
couldn't draft all three of them.
the trade that got me Jameer Gibbs was I traded away J.K. Dobbins and I traded away Marvin Harrison Jr., which at the time didn't, it wasn't so bad
J.K. Dobbins was
be-
doing good.
because, I mean, there's still hope for Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
And, like, I personally just was not a fan of having him on my team.
He
Marvin
was
Harrison
too he
Jr.
was too volatile.
Yeah, it was boom or bust every single week with Marvin Harrison Jr. And then like he had a good game and I said, I need to get rid of him now. And
Mm.
so, I made the trade and obviously it worked out for me, but obviously it didn't because I
In
didn't
the end.
win.
Right,
Yeah.
but
But
still, like, your team was able to keep up with me in points every single week. I mean, 3 weeks before the season ended, you beat me, you know? And when that trade went through, I was just like, "Fuck," and at the time like, that was weeks before the trade deadline. So at that point, I was like, "Josh might have the best team." And you have Bowers, like, you had the best tight end, you had a pretty great quarterback situation, the best running backs. Your receivers, I mean, Neighbors to me was, like, top 10, and then you just needed to figure out your second wide receiver, which you did by trading for Devontae towards the end. Like, man, like, oh my god, I was like, this is not going to be easy. This is not going to like I'm going to have to earn this.
dude,
And then
literally though, I was the entire way like after you made that second the Drake London trade, I was like, there's no holes. There's no holes on Mike's team.
I would say tight end. Okay, at the time, Njoku did look good though. I had Njoku, so yes.
So I was like, here's the thing: is like, man, your team in a way deserved to win because of how just stacked it was. But man, all right, so we build our teams certain ways. Like this was absolutely a Mike team that you had this year. And then
Mm.
this year I feel like the vibe of my team this year was a lot like the vibe of my team last year, except my team last year had better receivers.
It also reminds me of the vibe of the team, not to bring it up, but the team that just shat itself when it first went in the playoffs when you faced Jordan, because you had a running back like Nick Chubb this year. Uh, not Nick Chubb this year, but you traded for Nick Chubb, which would be similar to you trading for Jameer Gibbs. And then you already had like Derrick Henry and Dalvin Cook, which would be your Josh Jacobs and Bijan Robinsons, you know? Like you just had three just killer running backs, you know? It's very Josh.
Yeah. No, I find ways to get good running backs, man.
Yep.
The one year that I couldn't find good running backs, I missed the playoffs.
Uh-huh.
I think my best running back that year, I traded away to you and you won the championship. I essentially what I did was I set Dalvin Cook free to go win a ring.
Yeah. And I think
Because
that was the year you had Brees Hall and he tore his ACL, right?
yeah,
Yeah. So I mean you had him, but then you traded one got hurt. So but here we are.
here we are.
We had talked many years about when the day comes that we face each other in the championship.
We had
And here I am, victorious.
yeah. Man, part of me really wanted to win too, just so that way I can follow the Niners' footsteps of they won 5 Super Bowls with no losses,
Mm-hmm.
and I would have had 5 championships, no losses. But like Miles Morales, I got to do things my own way.
Yeah. Man. What was your favorite part of the video that I made?
I thought it was really cool that you had the like announcers. You had the announcers announcing the plays of
Yeah.
your players. That was a really cool touch.
Cool. Yeah.
I watched
I
the video
wanted.
twice.
Yeah.
And then I like the part where it was um it was Bruce Wayne getting ready,
Yes.
and then it was Mike Tyson like Like it was like,
I'm the best
yeah.
ever. I had to bury him.
No, so, all right. There was something about like, they're talking about this fight. You got to fight my best friend or something like that. Like,
Yeah.
but
Well,
what?
it's the way that it worked out. So I think what he was saying in that interview was he just buried his best friend who just died.
Oh yeah,
And then he's talking about immediately after that, he's talking about his opponent, but the way that he words it without like seeing it or the context, it sounds like he's saying, I just buried my best friend. I and I had to fight him, you know. And
hmm
you were like your thing was the death of Juggernaut and your logo was like you being buried or whatnot. I was like, this just works so fucking well. And then the things in the thing that I was like the Spider-Man aspect was like from Craven's Last Hunt where somebody gets buried, right? And obviously the kryptonite, like I'm your kryptonite, so that was the whole Batman aspect. And then of course, ever since last season ended, I've been doing the aim for the head with the Thor versus Thanos thing because you sort of have the Thanos thing,
yeah,
right? So I just took on all three, segmented it into the video, and told a little story. So
yeah. But what's crazy is at the end of last year. So to everybody watching, like Mike said, my persona in fantasy is Thanos, because like more often than not, every single year I make like a big splash trade and add to my super team and I win the championship. Like, you know, I'm kind of like the overarching doom of the league,
yes,
and so uh Mike at the end of last season, Mike didn't make the playoffs last year, and he just changed his team name to Aim for the Head, and it was Thor. It was like Thor themed, and then obviously not to spoil any Avengers movies, but the I guess Thor feels like he needs to aim for the head,
right.
you know, because yeah,
Based off
I'm
of past experiences.
yep.
Yep.
And yeah, so Mike did, and I literally would call Mike every single day over the summer leading up to the draft, and I would tell Mike, I said, Mike, this is what makes it more epic. I would call you every day, and I would say, hey Mike, I want you to know that you're the only person that can stop me.
Yeah.
That's what makes this cooler.
Yeah.
Like, this is genuinely, like, I know it's fantasy football, but like it's such a cool story to tell that, like, yeah, one of my good friends, he would call me every day, and he's like, Mike, you're the chosen one. This is Everybody's in danger. And he was just letting me know that I had to rise to the occasion to protect the rest of the league. And you did it.
I sure did.
And I felt like in my mind, I had to protect the rest of the league from you because of the trades that you made. Honestly, the doubling down at that trade, at the trade deadline, that was a fucking sin. Okay,
It was
because not even I did that.
it was
Like,
petty as hell. And part of the reason why I did it was because you and Alex, which again, like the beginning of that video was very much like there were two guys that beat me this year, right? And in like looking at all the teams, in my opinion, these are the three teams that are probably going to win the championship. Yours, mine, and Alex, right? And those other two names, not me, are the two guys that beat me this year. And then at the trade deadline, uh, Alex traded for Mike Evans, who I faced in the championship, the Damar Hamlin year. Mike Evans scored 42 points on me or some shit. And I was like, I don't want to see that guy ever again, you know? And
I could
Alex
have
gets him,
used
and I'm
that
like,
42 points.
yeah.
I could have
And
used it tonight.
yeah. And, I was like, oh, God, like, he just got a starting receiver for nothing, kind of. I mean, he gave up actually the Panthers
A
running
good
back. So
running back.
yeah. What's his name? I'm forgetting. Chuba Hubbard.
Chuba.
It was a fair deal in the end, but still, Like, it's Mike Evans. And then you got Devontae Adams, and I'm like, for fucking the Colts wide receiver, not
Yeah,
Michael
Josh
Pittman,
Downs.
Josh Downs. Yeah, and I'm like, maybe you threw in some fab. I don't remember. I
No,
was like,
no,
fuck.
it was just straight up.
Yeah, I was just like, that's Rodgers with Adams. And sure enough, in the playoffs, like, they just went off until this week, unfortunately for you. But I was just like, dude, like, the last, or at least one time, you have won a championship with Devontae, and Alex almost beat me in a championship with Mike Evans. I was like, I was sitting there not having any luck up to that point with trade talks. Like, I had talked to Lorenzo for days about Jonathan Taylor up until you guys both made those trades. And I was like, nah, I'm not going out like this. At that point, I was like, fuck my bench. I'm going all in. And yeah, I got Taylor. And then within hours of that deal getting done, I just messaged Jordan. I was like, what'd you think of this and this for Drake London? Okay. I was like, yeah.
Man.
I don't think
Jordan
it
is the
was
one who
that.
has to pay for his sins.
Yeah, I don't think it was that easy for Drake London. I think there was a conversation. It wasn't just like okay, but that's how it felt. It happened quick. I was like, damn, I just did that shit.
All right, so I didn't have a need to trade for Jonathan Taylor, but I knew he was available.
Yeah.
So I wasn't going to empty the clip to get a guy who's not going to start for me.
Yeah.
Obviously he would have started over Jacobs in the final week for me. So I should have considered that, but I didn't want to look too far ahead and like screw myself over before getting to that game that I would need him for.
Right.
But yeah, it's Drake London. Jordan wanted a running back. I didn't have a running back to give.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to trade Drake London for. I would have made my team worse.
Yeah.
With any running back I would have moved.
And I gave him Tracy and Devontae Smith, and like any given week, Devontae Smith is just as good as Drake London, and then Tyron Tracy was playing great. Like I kind of in that trade, in my opinion, I didn't lose the trade, but I gave up more, and I was fine with it.
What killed me this year was not just going with my gut and I should have just kept Brian Thomas Jr. and Rico Dowdle,
Whenever I traded Brian Thomas, I traded him to you for Waddle. Him and who? Oh, Braylon Allen.
Yeah.
I traded fucking Brian Thomas and Braylon Allen for Waddle because Tua should be coming back soon. That wasn't a guarantee, though. And I knew when I made the trade, I was like, I don't like giving up Brian Thomas, but if Waddle comes back, and I think at that point, Tyreek might have had a bone or a sprained wrist or something. And I was like, if Waddle becomes the only wide receiver there and Tua comes back, I just got a league winner. Like, it's worth it, And if he doesn't, then back to the drawing board at receiver, I guess. But if I had kept Brian Thomas, I would have been way better off. And continue.
But yeah, I was out on Ayuk, man. But I thought, if he gets his legs under him, I guess ironically enough, he got his legs taken out from under him. Yeah, I should have just, because Brian Thomas Jr. honestly this year was like everything that I could have asked for from Brandon Ayuk, even up to that point.
Yeah.
But I didn't know if he was going to be able to maintain that. So it was fucked, man. That was a mistake that I made, but that wasn't, there shit happens in a fantasy season, and I still had an opportunity in the end to do it.
Yeah.
And I chose the wrong defense. I ran out of time to focus. Yeah. But yeah, your trades. All right, so I know I said next year I kind of want to go tradeless, but so I bought myself the charm from Pandora, the Infinity Gauntlet,
Yes.
and I purposefully did not wear it this week because I didn't want to like jinx myself or anything.
Mhm.
But you know, I still, I mean, let's be honest, I'm still like the bad guy of the league. Like, no offense to you, like,
No.
like I'm not trying to like set myself apart, and like be like a douchebag,
You still have
but
twice as many as the next closest guy.
we'll still, I mean, it's only two more. So
Yeah,
like
but I mean that's
literally
2
2
more
years
you.
and 2 years and then we're tied, you
Yeah, but
know.
that's the likelihood is so low. So it's
Yeah.
like like you had 50% of this league's history. It's like, oh my god. Continue.
But like I'm gonna wear that gauntlet, the gauntlet, and I'm just gonna look at it every single time and remind myself I can be doing more right now. Yeah. Let's see. Greg says that's like myself and my cousin's league. I'm the bad guy in that league. It's my cousin and his boys. Yeah, see, that's literally that's like my league right now. If you were speaking in the perspective of my cousin Alex, except he's not the bad guy. I'm the bad guy, but he's in a league with me. I'm his cousin, and then it's all my friends.
Literally multiple people in our league said in our group chat, like as far as a week ago when we made the championship, that they don't want to trade with us anymore.
Dude, at a certain point, Lorenzo said that that if you and I face off, it's Stalin versus Hitler. You
Yes.
know?
Oh my
Yeah.
god. Yeah.
But yeah, that's pretty much it. Mike won. I didn't. Life goes on.
Next week, you guys will see a trophy right about there and not behind Josh's ear.
Yeah, dude. Like, all right. I was.
I get
I
it.
was also. I had this mindset too. I'm like. Yeah, you know what? Fantasy football is not that important anyway.
No, okay. During the Sunday night football game, like I'm standing the entire game. My dad's sitting right next to me watching. My grandpa's in the chair watching. My dad's cousin is like kind of standing in the back watching. I'm like on certain plays, I'm jumping up and down. Like just like, oh my god, like wincing. Like Bijan gets a carry, he hits it outside and it's just open grass. I'm like, fucking god. And just dude, you should have watched this game. Like we have NFL Plus. Go back and watch the second half if you want, if you have the time. Jaden Daniels was amazing. Amazing. He just fucking carried that team. Just carried them. I mean, their defense held up really well against the run in the second half. Like that was huge for them. But offensively, like it was nothing but Jaden Daniels, dude. It was insane. And I was just like you have joked with me in the past for whatever it may be relative to fantasy, like with obsessing over it and stuff. Like it's like it's how do you term it? It's
Mental illness.
mental illness. Thank you. I literally like because I was jumping up and down and like just like over obsessing over this game. I looked back at my dad and I just started laughing. I'm like, this is mental illness. I was like, this is not good. Oh my god, dude. So, yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, championship week wasn't all that bad. I watched a game with my grandpa, and I can always think back to the time like I would just look at him and nod. Like my grandpa
Mhm.
doesn't even know what's going on, like in terms of like fantasy or like he didn't even really understand football that much. But just
Mhm.
it's like one of those things like you can kind of watch with your family, and I bet he was more entertained just watching me just
Yes.
like literally leave the room and like go in counterclockwise circles around like the entire house.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, man. And then like I was getting so into the Bengals game, and even the Seahawks game, like literally uh they would run a play and I'm like, all right, run that clock, run that clock.
Yeah.
I would
Oh,
just
no,
like every
literally.
single time I'm like, run the damn clock down.
Yes.
And then like literally I knew going into this Niner game, I'm like, man, all Shanahan does is run out the clock. Like his team doesn't even score points. They just run out the damn clock. So, you know, yeah, it was doomed from the get go there. But yeah, man, I I really feel like I let this team down though. Oh man,
All because I didn't pick up the Colts.
yeah, dude. See, that's the thing with like I feel like I get like a certain degree of luck here and there.
Oh,
But
that's fantasy.
when I face you, I don't catch any of the breaks. I don't catch any luck, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
If I
You
face
almost
literally
you
anyone else,
in that one fantasy matchup in the playoffs that you did beat me. I was down by 25 going into Monday Night Football, Dolphins versus Saints, Dolphins defense versus Ian Book, and my defense scored 23 points.
something like that.
Like, and he almost threw an interception or something at the end of the game that would have done it. Like, I would have won by like 0.5. I almost fucking, I gave you a heart attack that night. I know that.
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and so I forgot to even mention I was watching. When I was watching that Bengals Broncos game, literally when Joe Burrow went for the quarterback sneak touchdown, I was like, man, I hope the Broncos fucking just take it down the field and just, I hope the Bengals lose this fucking game. Like, oh, you want to fucking put on more fantasy points? Well,
Yeah.
you get what you fucking deserve. Like,
Yeah.
play stupid games, win stupid prizes. And then I came to this realization. I'm like, oh God, like, no, this is gonna go to overtime.
Yeah.
No. And then like fucking Bo Nix didn't even waste time and just fucking threw a
Dude,
deep bomb to
that
Marvin Mims Jr.
that
I
fourth,
drafted Marvin Mims Jr. last year.
yeah, late, huh? Dude, that fourth down touchdown that Marvin Mims had, like 4th and 1 from like the 35 or something, and they got it. That was one of the most insane plays I've ever seen. Like the way that he jumped in between the two defenders and caught it and somehow didn't bobble it to let it touch the ground. Like it bobbled a little. I could have seen the argument if somebody said like, no, that's incomplete. I would have been like, I mean, it's kind of like Des Bryant bobbling it, like, did he catch it? Like, but
Yeah.
because they called it a touchdown and like it barely bobbled, I was like, you can't overturn that. That was the most insane shit. And then it was like, what, 8 seconds left, and they were gonna go for 2, but because they had to review it, they changed their minds and went for 1, so they went to overtime. Like literally because he bobbled that and they had to review it for multiple, like over 30 seconds, it gave the Broncos enough time to second guess it. And
Which
it
was a
wouldn't have changed
mistake.
much. Like I would have only had like say 8-ish, maybe 9 less points from Burrow. Like it wouldn't have been enough, but it would have made it a lot closer, you know. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, but we live to fight another day.
yep. And like Tyler said, what, 9 months? Now it's probably more
It
like
is a long
7, but
time. It is in a long time. That makes me sad. It's literally, let's see. If it's Labor Day weekend, let me look at the calendar. The draft the past 2 years has been about Labor Day weekend. So if we drafted on Sunday right before Labor Day, that would literally be so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'd be 8. It would be 8 months from today.
That is a long time. Oh. 8 months thinking on a championship. I'm done. Oh, man.
Dude, but like, what makes me sad is I'm never going to get this collection of players again.
Like,
I might get a few pieces, but like last year I had Puka Nakua and I wasn't able to get him back. I had the opportunity to draft him, but I wasn't gonna.
There was a lot of questions this year with him with the injuries and stuff. No,
And like
literally,
if last year was a fluke, like I drafted Jaden Daniels late in the draft, and I reached for him. Now next year he's going to be like a top, like a top whatever draft pick.
Bowers.
Yeah.
I think all 3 of your running backs might be first-round picks next year. Jacobs might not, but he damn near should be. But Gibbs with Montgomery coming off the injury, honestly, I think the first overall pick next year is going to be between one of 3 players.
Jamar Chase.
Yeah, Bijan, Jamar Chase, and Gibbs. I think those are the 3 guys that you're considering for first overall. If like right now, if I'm like a fantasy expert, who should be first overall next year? It's probably Bijan, in my opinion.
Dude, I nailed that pick, man. That was my guy.
Yep.
I nailed that fucking pick. He was mocked so late in like a lot of mock drafts. I knew, man. It was love at first sight. I wanted Bijan last year, but Arthur Smith,
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyways, thank you to everybody who has, stayed up with us just to like we're well past talking about Raiders and Niners. We've been talking about fantasy for like the last 2.5 hours. Just talking about our championship and talking about police and gas leaks and blowing up and but that's the show. I mean, unless you have anything else that you want to mention, Mike.
What time are we doing our exchange tomorrow?
I don't know. I gotta wake up early I gotta wake up earlier than normal tomorrow to take care of my grandpa. So
I'm probably going out sometime around 5 if I had to guess tomorrow for New Year's. So anytime.
Let's aim around like maybe 11.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. We'll do that. And yeah, man, you and I are literally the Joker for each other. Like I said, it's like the villain of your dreams. Like literally what I do that drives you crazy is just keep winning the championship, which I almost did again. What you do that drives me crazy is keep eliminating me from the fucking playoffs. And like every single time Tyler refers to me having like black magic or like black voodoo or voodoo magic or whatever. Like it just doesn't work against you.
I have God on my side. We got DeMar Hamlin, gas leaks, presidents dying. No.
Christmas.
Yeah. Santa.
Yeah.
No.
Jeez. You know, those first 2 years I could have won a championship as well.
I really could have because I was in those championships and I lost them
No, I
both.
know, but you beat me in order to get in those championships, and I think the points would have lined up to where I could have won at least one of those.
You could have had instead of half, you could have had 2/3 of our championships right now. Wait. Yeah, 2/3. Yeah, that would have been crazy.
I would have had 7 out of 9.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been more than 2/3.
Yeah, well, I think I wasn't counting this one. Like we bona fide, I won this championship. But
Well, you
if you won
stopped
the
me on this one.
right, but if you won the first two, you'd have 6 out of 9. That's insane.
I would have 6 out of 9, and if I would have won this one,
With a
I
chance
would
of
have
this one.
7 out of 9.
That would just be like, what are we doing? Is this league even serious? Holy shit, dude.
You know, probably the best name on the trophy has got to be Lorenzo.
Yeah.
Because, like, all right, looking at it, it's Mike twice, Jordan twice, Josh 4 times, and then just, you know what? Lorenzo,
yeah. And that was, oh no, Jordan has the first one. Dude. When I was taking screenshots of like our Yahoo history for the video I made, like I was looking at the first couple years too. One of those championships, I was close. I want to say it was Lorenzo. Like I should have beat him. Like that would be insane if it was just us 3. You with 4, me with 3, Jordan with 2. That's it. 10 or 9 years. That'd be nuts.
Dude, I'm freaking weak when you said we're running a Ponzi scheme.
It's literally a fucking every year it's just I'm the treasurer, so I hold the money and then I just pay you out every year and then yeah. That's crazy.
Hey man, you know, if you want to share some of that money that you just won, you know, feel free.
I
Pay me for my pain and suffering.
Yeah, well, I had to make my money back for the PS5 that I didn't need but had to get.
Yeah. I only had to try and make some money back from the fantasy barbecue that you never chipped in for. Nah, I'm just
Yeah, I did. Well, I did. But
did you send me something on Venmo?
pretty sure. Well, now I'll have to look at the history. I swear I added that to the other thing I was paying you for. PlayStation.
Did you?
I think I did. Well, I'll look at it. Yeah. Fuck, I was just gonna say something. Goddamn.
Well, now I made you feel bad.
No, you're good. I mean, if I didn't, I will. I swear I was going to. I don't know. I thought I did, but I swear I did.
It's not the biggest deal. That's why I haven't I haven't bothered, you know.
I don't know what I was gonna say, but
well, you can say whatever the fuck you want to say because you're the fantasy champion.
It's true. Yeah. All I know is
I was like trying to tell myself, I'm like, yeah, you know what, fantasy football, maybe it is stupid anyway. Like, but I love it, dude. Like that's
it's
just
actually insane. It's insane how like it's not just us. Like so many people take it serious. Like I don't know what it is about it, but it's so easy to just be like, man, fuck over like
Mhm.
make believe football teams. It's hilarious, but it's so easy.
I almost feel more loyal to my fantasy team sometimes than to my fucking actual team because my
You think I
actual
give a
team.
fuck about the Raiders this year? No, I was all in on fantasy. Like fantasy saved my season because even if I lost the championship, like at least I had something good to root for.
Yeah, like yeah, that's the thing is like my mom was like, "Why do you play that game if you're not even having fun? Like all you're doing is stressing." Like I'm like, "No, I actually have the most fun when I play it." Like
Over any of your other league mates.
no. No, but yeah, like that's the thing. I think Joey this morning was like, "Yeah, I think next year's going to be my last year in the league."
Mm.
And I was like, "Well, what if you do good?" And he's like, "Well, then I get to know what it feels like." But yeah, Joey said he just doesn't have fun, but like for me, I feel alive. I feel alive playing fantasy. I don't know. Like there's just that inner competitive nature in me where
Yeah.
like I can't play football anymore, but like especially like with my concussion history, like I can't do that. But what I can do is like all right, I I cannot sway the 49ers in any way or another,
Yeah.
right? But I can assemble my own team.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a tangible trophy that I can hold,
And it's
you
heavy.
know, and it's heavy.
It feels like it's worth something.
Yeah. And
And
then
I get it
also,
tomorrow.
I think like, I think we've done a good job of like propping up. Did you say, and it's mine?
Yeah, and I get it tomorrow.
Oh, nah, that's fine.
Yeah.
You'll have to wait about half the summer for me to finally take it to get engraved for you to get it.
Did
Yeah.
did I hold on to it that entire time?
You held on. I think so.
I don't know.
No,
Dang.
no, I don't. I
I,
don't remember.
I think you had it, and then I eventually finally came and got. I don't know, fuck, but
There was 1 year though where I had to wait,
mm,
but what was I gonna say? I feel a lot. Yeah, it's a tangible trophy that I can hold. And then I think we've done a really good job of like adding cool history lore to the league where like we keep track of stuff that we didn't keep track of before. Like it's easier now than it ever was to look at past champions and
yeah,
like and then really the way that I have the spread, that I made a spreadsheet for it. And like the way I have that set up, like it's all color coded with the draft picks and like you pick your MVP. Uh, it's like it's just really it's really cool to like be remembered in like the league history.
yeah,
And I will not.
not this year.
Yeah, not this year. Maybe not next year. Maybe not ever again.
It's gonna be crazy when we look back on this and Hutch has the most championships in our league history.
Yeah.
He's gonna win the next 5 in a row. When's Tyler gonna win his?
Dude, poor Tyler. I've stopped him twice.
And Alex. Alex has been in how many? At least 2 championships. One against
He's been
Jordan, one
in
against
two.
me. Yeah.
No, not
Alex
against
versus
Jordan.
Alex versus Tyler would be
It
great.
was it was against me. Remember? Hey, Alex, how's my dick taste?
I don't know why I thought he played Jordan in a championship.
I think Alex has been in 3.
There you go.
Let me check right now. Okay. Second place. Yeah, Alex was against me in 2018. Oh, Alex was against Jordan in 2019. And then Alex was against you in 2022. Dude, Alex would have had another top 3 finish if he would have just like paid attention and not have Alvin Kamara in his starting lineup.
Yep.
He missed out on $75 for that. Can you believe that? Oh, God. Damn, my team last year would have gotten blown out this year. Dude, I think you scored more. Oh, no, never mind. Damn, Jordan really flexing. 2019, he scored 170 in the championship.
Damn.
And that's before 6-point passing touchdowns.
You're on Yahoo?
No, I'm on the league history.
Check 2016.
2016, it was 109 to 89.73.
Was that Lorenzo?
No, that was Jordan.
Then it's the week prior. He scored hell of points, I think.
No.
Damn. I don't know what I was seeing then.
Let's see. I'm trying to find what you're talking about.
It might have been 2019, honestly. Maybe that's what I saw.
Yeah, I don't see it. But yeah, Mike, you technically have had the best season ever in our league. Most points, most wins for a champion.
And manager of the year, so I got the triple crown. And point champion.
Yeah. The most points ever scored.
I did it. Got in.
That makes me feel like shit. I gotta one up you next year.
Yeah.
God damn, dude. Why? Why did I start the Colts? Why?
You're gonna hate the Colts for the next year at least. Oh my God.
At the end of the day, it's just a game, but God, I would be feeling so good right now.
Going to bed with 5 championships, like
when the next closest has 2.
Yeah. Now you have 2 guys who have 2, and you only have 4. Only.
God damn it. I'm going to literally God, I was so like I was like, all right, you know what? I'll be better next year, blah blah blah. And I still am that way, but like I fully accepted defeat, before the Sunday night game.
Mm.
And then yeah, man. I'm gonna try and be better next year. In fact, I'm gonna do a mock draft before bed.
I was gonna say earlier, I'm gonna go to bed once we're done here. hopefully pretty soon because I have to piss really bad and I have to sleep. But before I go to bed, I'm going to watch that video that I made at least once, probably twice.
Congratulations, Michael. Everyone else, I want to thank you for staying up. It is 2:30 in the morning over here. This actually might be the longest stream that we've ever had.
Yeah. And what
We're
a
at
great
4 hours and 10 minutes.
What a great night to do it.
I want to thank Greg. I want to thank Tony. I want to thank Frank. I want to thank Joel. And I want to thank Demokes. Yeah. And I want to thank Pia and Jesus. So, it's been a great show. It's been a horrible day. Been a horrible weekend. Hope everybody had a better Christmas than me. No, just play. I had a good Christmas. It was just that, dude, that fucking thing pissed me off. I was mad.
Yeah.
Like literally, like there was I think Pia like noticed something was wrong and like, she asked me like she's like, everything okay? I was like, no, I'm mad. Like I wasn't sad. I was angry.
Yeah.
But, fantasy is all about the highs and the lows. Oh. Have a great night, everybody. Any last words, Mike?
Kaimi Fairburn in India.